Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you're struggling to hear conversations, TV, or the people you love, now there's an easier, more affordable solution without spending thousands. Audion Hearing makes high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98 with free shipping and dedicated one-on-one support in the comfort of your own home. No doctor's offices, no pressure. Clearer hearing delivered right to your door. Join over 1 million happy customers hearing life more clearly. Visit audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
250 years have gone into building this great nation. Iron, brick, and stone forming its foundations. Wires carrying the lifeblood of electricity. And pipes delivering the water to our cities. Behold the strength and scale of American infrastructure. But it only takes a minute for some uninformed homeowner with a shovel to shut it all down. Electricity off. Running water non-existent. And that sewage ain't going nowhere now. Gee, thanks, Bill. Know what's below and contact PA1 Call before you dig. Visit PA1Call.org.
It's that time of year to address some of those nagging projects around the house you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you need to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and letting you start your project today with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 full years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including increased comfort level of your home and lowered monthly energy bills, while having the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. For full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000.
Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like, 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief took care of Eric's problem.
And now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Hey, it's Rhea Hughes. My friends at Lexus of Cherry Hill are an elite Lexus dealer for 2025. Amazing people, exceptional service. They're also an 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for customer sales experience. Veteran-owned and operated with award-winning service. With over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles, they'll help you find the Lexus of your dreams. Visit Lexus of Cherry Hill in Mount Laurel or lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Hi, this is Dave Barlow from Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. Baseball is back, spring is here, and it's time to step up to the plate at Barlow. If you're looking for a grand slam this year, get behind the wheel of the GMC Sierra, built to knock expectations out of the park. Or ride in style with the Buick Envista. Whether you're heading to the ballpark or rounding the bases of your daily commute, the Envista delivers. Visit Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury or shop 24/7 at barlowautogroup.com. Buick, exceptional by design. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Just to bring you the update on what's going on, because we have this live news conference. We took part of it for you. This is the CDC, among others, in Nebraska there at this biocontainment center. What they confirmed for us, They confirmed a French woman, 2 Americans testing positive or showing symptoms of hantavirus, as the nation and around the world are, trying to figure all of this out, wrap our brains around it. But what we know, the latest, is that 17 Americans have arrived at this government biocontainment quarantined area where they will be held in this facility. It's a government facility, we're told, hospital facility in Nebraska, and they each get a separate room. They have special filtration systems. They will each have meals delivered to them, so they're not really, it looks like they're not allowed to go out and just wander around. Obviously, they flew these people in to Nebraska, and they're saying, you need to be quarantined for a certain period of time. So there's a lot of concern. I'm even looking at social media with people saying, oh, what could possibly go wrong in this case? And I think part of this as well, one comment from somebody who just wasn't being political, but said, man, there's a lot of hemming and hawing, a lot of that never looks good when these are government officials. These are supposed to be the top docs and the people in charge, explaining why they're quarantining these individuals and then why others were exposed, but they get to go home to 6+ different states like New Jersey and Arizona and across the country. So that's what I'm seeing here. Andrew Torres, I sent you the link. So I don't know if you can go to part of it, but I did send you the link. So while I'm talking, if you can scroll through it, and specifically there's a part where they're being asked about this particular strain and the human-to-human contact. Okay. So if you can find that, and specifically what we're talking about. In other words, what they're saying is to catch this human-to-human, more rare, more deadly strain of a virus that's been here and is something that's, you don't hear about hantavirus too often, but just if you can look for that.
Yeah, I'll see what we can find. It's like you said before, and we were talking off air too. It's been going on for at least half an hour, right? So and it's still continuing. Like the link you sent me on YouTube and
so if you can
and everything.
So what the doctor, as I'm talking, just go through it and look through, because they give you the summary of what's been said. Specifically, the doctor was talking about you would have to be kissing, exchanging fluids with this person. You would have to be sharing silverware. You would have to be sharing close, intimate things like, eating off of the same fork, saliva exchange, bodily fluids. And that's why it explains, for example, a doctor caring for the Dutch couple who initially, we know that patient 0 was a zoologist, a specialized type of zoologist. He and his wife are apparently in the bird watching world. They're well known. And so they were the ones that were the first 2 to die. So then the third person who died was a person aboard that cruise ship who was taking care of them. So if you've been on a cruise, and it looks like in this cruise boat specifically in April when all this began, that couple being cared for a doctor in, close quarters, a small space. So that's the point that they're making, that this was a doctor. You had a patient who was vomiting, who had diarrhea. There's a lot of bodily fluid, had horrible flu symptoms. And so that would explain why perhaps if a doctor was caring for them, did not have a mask or gloves or a full, outfitted in a full outfit, that was biocontainment, why the doctor, then the physician on board the cruise ship initially caught this and then also perished. What are they saying about the death rates? So the death rates vary by this so-called hantavirus. Hantavirus pulmonary syndrome is fatal in about a third of the cases, 35% with people infected. The death rate for the one where you start hemorrhaging, that one is actually lower, 1% to 15%. According to the CDC. So it's really all over the place. But specifically this couple, the bird watchers, and we know the 70-year-old husband who's patient 0, and we talked about this in the 6 p.m. hour. This guy went to a landfill. He went to a dump where a rare bird in Argentina is located. And so he was traipsing around in this landfill filled with garbage where all of these specific field mice basically are these pygmy mice in Argentina. This is basically ground zero for this rare, deadly form of hantavirus. Like, you couldn't even script this thing. It's crazy, but that's where he was. And so he traipsed around in the landfill, and he and his bird-watching wife, they are from the Netherlands. I mean, it's just tragic, but he becomes sick. He dies. Then his 69-year-old wife they're taking his body back, and that's when she collapses and dies. At that point, they realize, ruh-roh, this is something more than just, 69, 70-year-old people getting sick. They obviously caught something there in Argentina before they were on the cruise ship. Now they do an autopsy, and they figure out this is this rare strain. By that time, the doctor who was caring for them drops dead, but you've already now got dozens of people who already disembarked the cruise ship. So the containment is gone, and then they were playing catch up. And that's where the criticism is coming with this thing. So we're watching it. We'll see how this develops. And, the world is watching. The country is watching. A lot of criticism of the CDC. And so we haven't heard from the president. We haven't heard much from top other officials. This is mostly a localized situation with a news conference in Nebraska. And at the same time, I'm just going to point out to you, Caroline Leavitt at the White House. Think about this. You have Caroline Leavitt out on maternity leave. And so, in my humble opinion, if Caroline Leavitt were here at the White House, she would be advising the president, you got to take control over this. This is not a good look. And so I'll just give you this. Media being my wheelhouse, my first love in my career, in the majority of my adult life, has been in television news. I will tell you that as a media expert right now, I'm just putting it out there, Trump administration, you got to take control of the messaging here, because this group over here just allowing the media now, these reporters asking questions, and you need to take control. And so that's the real issue here. So who is briefing the president, and who are the top officials? Who's in charge? The media narrative right now is a runaway train. I'm not talking about the actual situation. I'm just taking this from a media situation, that the media narrative now, it's runaway. And you have people who are not experienced media people, and they're answering questions, but they're not they might be brilliant doctors, but they're not effective media communicators. So they need somebody to take control of the media narrative, because otherwise, you know what happens? The media narrative is going to just take control with regard to, now it's going to go viral, and some of these clips where you have and that's a lot of this news conference that I've seen this morning. And so this is a problem. And you don't want to cause panic when there's no reason to panic. But at the same point, the question I have just watching this as a bystander, I'm just telling you, well, if there's nothing to worry about, then how come you're quarantining these 17 Americans? However, you did not quarantine the initial people, and then you're not quarantining, for example, the 2 people in New Jersey who were flying on an airplane internationally, who we know were exposed to somebody who reportedly, and here's the other problem, reportedly somebody on board a plane that was on the cruise ship that's showing symptoms was allowed on a passenger plane flying international. So that to me is a hot mess and a real potential for a runaway train in the media. You never want that. You want people to get the information. You want the transparency. And here's the good news. President Trump, he is a president who believes in the transparency. So they need somebody in there who is a doctor, who can get the briefing and then explain to America what's really going on here. What is your risk? What are they doing? And then how much are you coordinating with all of these states, such as New Jersey, which is the most densely populated state in the nation, and now you have 2 people who are being, monitored? Well, how are they being monitored? Are they quarantining? What's going on? So we just want to know the information so that people don't freak out. That's my advice. It's my free advice as a media expert. Take control, get the messaging under control, and make sure that you don't allow somebody else to control the messaging when it comes to people's medical health, especially we're in the wake. We're coming out of the pandemic, obviously, and talking about recovering from what happened in the pandemic. You also don't want a situation, I'll just say this, and that's the final thing I'll say. You also don't want a situation where, because people are weary and wary of what happened during the pandemic. In other words, it's like the boy who cried wolf in that old parable. You have a public that doesn't trust the government and says, oh, hail to the no. You're not going to shut us down. Think of Nick Cale's big take, right? 6:30 this morning. You have a lot of people saying, absolutely not. You're not going to shut us down. You're not going to close down the schools, right? But now you have a virus with a much higher mortality rate than COVID. We know that now, right? So it's sort of the opposite situation. In this situation, if everything we know is true, this virus in the people who had human-to-human contact, it has a much higher mortality rate. Now, what does that look like? The people who died, it looks like they're not children, they're not young people. What were their comorbidities? We don't even know that information. But overall, it sure looks a lot more deadly than COVID ever was. So they need to take control, and they need to figure it out and give us the information. And I would say do it quickly. Do it before the next news cycle, which is they probably have about an hour. And by 6 o'clock tonight, this will be exploding as far as the fear porn, right, within the news media and social media in particular. So they got to get it under control. I'm Dawn Stensland. Give me your take. 855-839-1210 is the number to call. So we'll continue to update you, and we're watching all these different news conferences and as well the Trump administration. What is President Trump saying about it? But let's take, are you ready for a road trip? I sure am this summer. Get ready. Ride in style this summer. What about that new or certified luxury vehicle? My friends from Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're always going to assist you in your unique vehicle search, and that's across the tri-state region, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, Piazza. Piazza Premium family is featuring these dealerships across our region. What am I talking about? Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Porsche, Infiniti, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, Jaguar, Land Rover, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Here's the thing about Piazza. They're going to get you that vehicle, put you in that vehicle. They've got some incredible deals. You want to make sure that you check out PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Philadelphia, we've got a problem. Home care is in crisis and there aren't enough caregivers to meet the demand. So if you've got a loved one with Medicaid and needs care, don't wait. Freedom Care was built for this moment. We help you get care at home from someone you already trust, a family member or friend who can get paid to help with everyday needs like meals, medication, bathing, and mobility. If you have Medicaid, it's 100% free to you. No waiting lists, just real care from your people right now. Freedom Care handles it all, training, payroll, and support, so you can stay safe and comfortable at home, and your caregiver gets paid after every shift guaranteed. With 97% satisfaction and over 150 million hours of care delivered, Philly families are already making the switch to care at home. Take care of your own and get paid with Freedom Care. Call 267-489-1601. That's 267-489-1601. Call now. 267-489-1601. 267-489-1601.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
Summer is almost here, and it's the perfect time to start stocking up on easy treats from Tasty Cake. The baked peach pie is a sweet fruit-filled snack that feels like warm weather is on the way. And the lemon cupcakes are perfect for backyard hangs, weekend outings, and all those busy on-the-go summer days that are right around the corner. Simple fun and ready for the season ahead. Tasty Cake, accept no substitutes.
A well-organized home isn't a luxury, it's a practical upgrade. Closet Factory designs and installs custom storage for closets, pantries, garages, and home offices, built to fit your space and your needs. You'll work with a designer, choose the look, and get professional installation, so the project stays simple and the results last. Start with a free design consultation at ClosetFactory.com. That's ClosetFactory.com.
I finished a 5K in 94th place, right after a man wearing jeans. They still gave me a medal. I don't want a reward for doing. I want a reward for dominating. Like Daily Prize Matcher on Bet365. I play for free and win real rewards, like up to $5,000 in cash weekly. Unlike that joker in denim. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
So I know that President Trump this morning will be participating in some not related to this hantavirus thing with the CDC, but generally speaking, because it'll be I believe a healthcare symposium for moms. So you know that reporters will be there and they'll probably ask questions about this. So we'll see if we discern anything from that. But I do have a little bit of extra information for you. And that is as far as the CDC goes. So these 17 Americans that we know, the news conference has been going on this morning, what we're getting is that the CDC said the 17 Americans, they were first flown to an Air Force base in Nebraska, then transported to the National Quarantine Center at the University of Nebraska. But here's a key point as they're being evaluated for their exposure risk, etc. The word is that the passengers were given the choice, the option, whether or not they would quarantine at home with support and monitoring from local health officials, or whether they would go here at some point. And so it looks like as of right now, they're being evaluated. And it looks like right now, maybe a lot of them have said after at least 2 people tested positive, maybe they said they wanted to go to this special place so that they would get the top level of care. That's what it looks like to me. They said that over the next several days, passengers are undergoing the initial health assessments. Then they get guidance. So they're taking us through the steps of how this is going to work with the CDC experts. And so you have the CDC, you have people, you have an admiral there, Brian Christine, you have the assistant secretary of HHS, you have all of these different individuals. That's who's holding the news conference. And I don't want to bore you with all the details or, we're listening and we're monitoring this. But you're looking at nearly 150 people from 23 countries, including the U.S. They were on board this MV Hondias when a cluster of this severe respiratory illnesses among the passengers, that was first reported to the World Health Organization, but really not until May 3rd. Keep in mind, the exposure happened back on April 11th. So the problem here is you have a gap in weeks. So by the time May 3rd came along, by the time you had 3 people dead, I just want to emphasize this, you had about 3 dozen other passengers who had already gotten off of the ship and they were continuing on with whatever they were doing. Do you see what I'm saying? And so that's, I think, what's causing a lot of the confusion. What happened to those 3 dozen people? And we haven't really heard much about them, but we don't hear about any deaths either. So we got that going on. So with that, I'm going to take a break. We'll reset. We'll push the reset button here. We've got Frank Scales, Serge Philly coming in the house. We'll talk about all things Philadelphia, local, national, what's going on. the socialists, the politics of the day. We'll update you on all of that and a whole lot more. Thanks for being here today. 855-839-1210 if you want to sound in. Thank you to those of you watching on YouTube. We'll take a quick break. Be right back.
Do you think that banking is boring? At PNC, we know that meeting the banking needs of the community is anything but boring. That's why PNC Bank geared up this year and introduced the mobile branch across the region to bring banking services to underserved neighborhoods. And long before that, PNC Community Development Banking was leading the way in investing in the economic health of our neighborhoods. To see the brilliant results that boring banking can deliver for you, stop into any PNC branch right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
It's that time of year to address some of those nagging projects around the house you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you need to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and letting you start your project today with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 full years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including increased comfort level of your home and lowered monthly energy bills, while having the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. For full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Do you let other people order for you at a restaurant?
He'll have the saumon lyonnaise.
No, I won't. Or pick the movie you're going to see? She'd like a ticket to Attack on Rage Mountain.
Really?
Yeah, come on. So why would you let others make all the important decisions about how your life is going to be when you get older? I mean, is it okay with you if your kids decide where you're going to live?
My kids? Are you kidding?
Or perfect strangers choose who will be taking care of you?
Not gonna happen.
No, Better visit longtermcare.gov, the trusted information site that helps you find your own path forward without selling you anything. It takes you step by step through everything you need to consider about aging and all your options. Longtermcare.gov. Stay in charge by planning now or pay later.
How about a mohawk?
How about a mohawk? How about I put my foot right... Oh, hi, honey.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Debt. We can owe 6322.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
This is the Dawn Stensland Show, covering everything locally, statewide, nationally. We got it all going on. We have Frank Scales standing by. We've been covering this HHS news conference this morning as a lot of questions are arising, and some of you on the YouTube bringing up some good chats. David in South Carolina saying, next time I go to a landfill, I'll be sure to ... Yeah, that's a big problem. We have, as well, we have a lot of local stories in the news. One of them, I think the most tragic one, especially when you think about the fact that it was Mother's Day weekend, this little boy, 7 years old, Hunter Smith, who was struck in his South Jersey, basically a cul-de-sac, a residential suburban area in South Jersey. his school with grief counselors this morning. But Friday afternoon, about 3:40 in the afternoon, this little kid was struck and killed by a school bus. What a tragedy as we look at that and the community coming together, the community rallying around this family of this 7-year-old little boy who was killed. Now, a GoFundMe was created raising money for Hunter Smith's family to help out with the funeral and expenses. They've raised at least $22,000 so far. What a tragedy. They're at Bennett Avenue and Ashton Drive. This is Greenwich Township, 3:40 in the afternoon. 7-year-old Hunter Smith getting off his school bus, and the neighbors performing CPR, trying to save his life, rushed to Cooper University hospitals. But the injuries that he sustained were obviously devastating, and his life could not be saved. The question now, what exactly happened there? And so the police there investigating, the churches open, prayer, the community coming together, now all the support for the family. The pictures, when you see his little face, what a sweetie pie. And this family just heartbroken as they've released statements thanking the community for all their love. As far as the Greenwich Township police detectives, they are investigating this. We know it's Holcomb Bus Company, and they put out a statement saying they've launched an internal review to find out what happened. And so we just don't know the details. They're not releasing much there, but we don't have any charges or anything of that nature reported. But we did see that there were, people on the scene, some trying to render care to the little boy, and then others, there were hugs, tears. I mean, you can't even imagine that scene and the heartbreak with the community. So we're watching that South Jersey community, the police investigation, etc., watching all that one. We have in the house, we have with us, who do we have? Frank or Ian? It's Frank Scales, Surge Philly. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me on, Dawn. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. There's a lot breaking. It always breaks during, this time. I'm the good part, the sweet part, but it's like I'm like the Oreo cookie, between the morning show and Dom Giordano. I tease, but we always have so much breaking news. So good Mother's Day weekend.
Yes, happy Mother's Day.
Yes.
Happy belated Mother's Day.
And to your mom and grandmom, who
Yes.
you've put them through the ringer,
I do every week, unfortunately, but they're very supportive, so God bless them.
They wish that you and Ian, you went to Roman Catholic here locally. Yes. Two good Catholic boys. They wish you, why couldn't you have become an electrician? You get out of school, you get some training, then you make over $100K, you make six figures. But no, you had to go into journalism and reinventing journalism in America.
Yes, I had to go into a more complicated field. It's good work doing being an electrician or being in any of the trades. Really, we need those people. But I'm very blessed to be able to do journalism and to reinvent it, as you say, because I think that's what we're doing.
It needs some reinvention.
It does. And I hope we can do that moving forward and continue to do that.
So you brought with you your latest videos that you put together with your team. Tell us what you've got.
Okay, so we were at a Chris Rabb rally, and I'm not sure if anyone knows who Chris Rabb is, but he is a state representative who is running for Congress right now, and he is very radical. Interestingly, he had an event where he had borders, and he wouldn't let us in, or his people wouldn't let me in, but I did get to speak to one of his organizers, and it was a very interesting, funny conversation. So if we want to play that one first, that would be pretty interesting. Yes. And then we also have a few more, too. We have two from New York. I've been all over this week, Dawn. I've been to New York twice, 2 or 3 times. I've been to Harrisburg, and I've also been to D.C., so.
Oh, wow. So when was this one?
So it's the shorter one. The shorter one with the guy in it.
Okay. Is this Chris? Okay, so go to Chris Rabb. Can you go to him?
We could play anyone, really, and I could just give context on them because, I was in all of them. So whatever one we want to play works.
Okay.
Your thoughts on Hassan Piker? That's it.
What are your thoughts on Hassan Piker?
I'm here trying to see how the crowd feels about Hassan Piker. I'm a journalist.
You're a journalist? What?
Yes.
Can I see your ID or something? What do you do? Where are you from?
So journalists need IDs. Do people need IDs to vote?
I'm done, man. Just go away, please. I'm over this.
You think journalists need IDs? Do people need IDs to vote?
What's your name?
So you support voter ID, right? I think he supports voter ID. He supports journalist ID. And I think it's very interesting. This was outside of a Chris Rabb rally in Philadelphia, but I think
and he's a current representative, right? He's running, so he's a representative representing you, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and he's running for election. But he's been in politics for, I believe he was a professor, but he's been in politics a long time. Right?
Yes, he's been a state representative, and that was not Chris Rabb. That was a organizer for Chris Rabb, but Chris Rabb has been in politics for a while, and he's deeply radical, and all of his supporters seem to be very radical. Chris Rabb has a good chance of winning, I'm going to say that right here, just because he has captured a large portion of the leftist base. If anybody has the support of the left in Philadelphia, it's Chris Rabb. So I think he's a real threat, and he's going to embarrass Philadelphia and Pennsylvania on the national stage if he does get elected.
And so, here's the thing I would say about this, that part of our Constitution, I have to say this, part of our Constitution relies on First Amendment rights, among other things. So the reason that journalists don't have to have some type of certification like in other countries is because you don't want the government controlling journalism or free speech, right?
Absolutely.
And so that's why when somebody who represents a duly elected, elected lawmaker, local lawmaker, right, like Chris Rabb, who's a state representative, it's surprising to me that they want, your licensing, right?
Yeah.
Because this is not like, do you have your papers? That's what they would like. So you don't have to show a license. You in the media do not have to have the government controlling you.
Yes.
And that's what was set up. And that's based in our Constitution. A lot of people don't realize that. Now, if you're a doctor, you're a physician, we have some controls over that because you're like operating on people. So they want to know that people who are operating on you, maybe it's a dentist, a doctor, a physician, you have some kind of a certification that you prove that you actually are who you say you are, right? Because you're in a medical facility. With journalism, that's not the case. And so the truth is that with citizen journalists, and that's what you are, you're an active student in a local journalism communication school, you and Ian both. I just want to point this out for people because a lot of people say, really, they don't have to have, why wouldn't you want to be certified? Why is that? I'm just trying to explain that was by design.
Yeah.
So this is an important question that you would think that somebody who, works for somebody who's already a lawmaker would have that information, Frank.
Yeah. So, and this is something I actually had to learn as I got more into journalism, is that because police were asking for my credentials, other people like this were asking for my credentials. And, I had to realize that, no, the credentialing is actually fake. The only time a credential matters for a journalist is when a journalist is entering a private event hosted by somebody. That person can issue credentials to allow that journalist into their private event. But when it comes to recording on public spaces or shared spaces, you do not need a credential. We have a First Amendment that protects the freedom of the press and allows anybody to be a journalist. So, for people who ask for credentials, and we have credentials, we made credentials just to identify ourselves, but out of principle, you can write your name and phone number and email on a napkin, and you can hand that to people who ask for your credentials, and that would pass as a credential because journalists do not need credentials if they're recording on public spaces. End of sentence, full stop, period. That's it.
So I just want to point this out before we get to your next clip, that think about this. Think about the party of people who claim that President Trump is a king. I just want you to just take this all in. These are the same people who would deny someone their First Amendment rights, deny the Constitution, deny a citizen journalist. They're the same people, I'll just say, think about in Bucks County, think about Meg Brock, local mom during the pandemic, starts to file Freedom of Information requests. And her own county, where she's a homeowner, she and her husband are homeowners, taxpayers, actually blocked her phone number and refused to grant and to comply with freedom of information requests They finally sued her. She has won every court case, continues in court, even now, all this time later, to battle in court with the county where she is a resident and pays taxes, by the way. So I just want you to take this in. This is the party of no kings who acts like a king, right?
Yes.
They're the ones who deny freedom of speech, First Amendment rights. They're the ones who deny all of this.
Well, they only believe in the freedom of speech and justice and all of these different concepts when they benefit from them or when they are in control of the system that grants them. So they will say they have their freedom of speech when they protest, when they riot, and that their freedom of speech is being violated by the cops. But the minute that they, need the cops for protection, they call them. I was recording on a public sidewalk in New York, and the leftists were forming a human wall to block me from moving in a public space. And then they walked over to the cops and said that I was harassing them. So the hypocrisy is off the charts when it comes to these protesters and people on the left.
Yeah. So it's disheartening. And it's also disheartening that people are, in my opinion, disingenuous.
Yeah.
So, this guy that's confronting you, he certainly knows everything I'm saying, right? This is not some Joe Schmo. He's actually someone who's a representative and works within Pennsylvania State Representative Chris Rabb's office, right?
So, yeah, this was a campaign event for Chris Rabb's congressional run. So I'm not sure if he works in State Representative Rabb's office, but he was sitting on the fence at the event. And the only reason I walked up to him and did not cross the boundary into the private event was because he was talking about me to somebody else, basically calling me a piece of crap, saying that, that I'm disingenuous. So I walked up and I said, what's your name? Would you like to do an interview? And he immediately started to try and own me, and it didn't work out. It went bad for him pretty fast. And then he stopped talking like leftists do a lot of the times is when they're losing a debate or when they feel like a conversation is going in a direction they're uncomfortable with or their hypocrisy gets called out, they end the conversation.
Okay. So the person who you're talking to is the campaign for the congressional district doesn't work for him for his regular, because he's in the Pennsylvania, the state house, if you will.
Yes,
so,
right now Chris Rabb is in the Pennsylvania State House, and he's running for Congress.
So this is a campaign worker for Congress.
Yes, this was a campaign event. Now, I can't confirm whether that gentleman in the video works for State Representative Chris Rabb or not, but I know that he was kind of organizing for that event
with
Chris Rabb was having.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So maybe not somebody who works within, in other words, an employee of the Commonwealth.
Yeah.
Because he has currently the Pennsylvania House seat. So we'll try to run that down and find out who exactly that is. And that's the thing. He's not identifying himself to you.
No, not at all.
That's my line as a news reporter over the years. I would always say to somebody, if they came up to me, I would say, "Are you law enforcement?"
Right.
Because unless somebody's law enforcement, whether I'm a journalist or not, they don't have the right to stop me from doing anything. If I'm out on a public sidewalk or street, so I would always say, "Are you law enforcement?" If they would say yes, then I would say, "Oh, okay. Do you have just, I'm sure you wouldn't lie to me, but can I see something that states that you are actual law enforcement?" If they are law enforcement and they're saying, "Go here, go there," then you do have to listen to them.
Right.
Because they might be setting up a safety perimeter or whatever. But on the other hand, if they would say, "No, we're private security for a thing," and they were threatening me, I would always my line to them would be, please call the cops.
Yes.
Please call police. And if police say that I'm not allowed to be on the street, then of course I'll comply, but you are not law enforcement.
Yes.
Right?
My tax dollars go to the police department to enforce the laws, not to some private authority, not to some Gestapo. They like to talk about how ICE is a Gestapo. And oftentimes we see, event security, we see marshals at these different leftist protests acting like a Gestapo, acting like a mob of people, stopping journalists and media from entering their events, intimidating people and harassing people. So again, it's rules for thee, but not for me. I don't like what the Trump administration is doing. I don't like when people, do things that I don't like or try and stop me from rioting. But I can do that to Republicans. I can do that to people I disagree with because I'm so high and mighty, because my beliefs are so much superior to theirs.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's interesting. Again, the party of no kings will say they want to limit ICE law enforcement, make them, wear the mask and limit where they can go to do, and these are actual law enforcement people. At the same time, they think they can limit journalists who should be free, who should have free speech.
Yeah. Yeah. And it goes back to that, well, they're fascists, so it doesn't matter.
Right.
And
who's the fascist?
Exactly.
So I know you have a total of 4 clips. What do you have next on tap?
So whatever he pulls up, I will give context to and explain. It's probably going to be a video that I took just a few days ago in New York City.
Okay.
This is public property. I'm allowed to be here.
Get out.
Again, stop. Me too. Again. Attacking me, harassing me again.
And so you have people physically.
Don't do it. Yeah. Go this way. Go this way. Again. No, they're coming at me. They're attacking us. We just want to go. We want to go. This is happening in American streets right now. This is the reality in New York City. The police literally cannot stop them. The police literally cannot stop them. Look at this. I'm trapped to that clip. That is in New York City just a few days ago. I went to a Palestinian protest, a Free Palestine protest, and my goal was to document what was happening on the streets and conduct street interviews, and I did that for a little bit. But at one point, a very small gentleman started hitting me and elbowing me, trying to hit me and elbow me hard. It didn't hurt, but he kept getting aggressive, kept trying to back into me. He was using tactics that he learned at different trainings. When they turn around and back up into you, that is not something they just do randomly. They learn to do that because they're evading law enforcement while assaulting you. But he was doing that, trying to bait me into pushing him or throwing him or grabbing him, because at the same time he was hitting me, and this wasn't on camera, but other people, about 3 people, were flanking me on the other side. So the minute I would have grabbed him or done anything, they would have said that I was harassing or assaulting him, and they would have jumped me. So at that point, I backed up and I ran as fast as I could to where the police were. This is the same group that we dealt with a few months ago in New York City, and we still can't talk about what happened there. We will eventually, and it's a very, scary story, but those are the same people, the same crowd, and they act this way. They have a few people get aggressive with you, and they try and bait you into some form of altercation, and then they flank you, and they have people come up behind you, they grab you, and then they hurt you as much as they possibly can while still evading law enforcement. So I got to law enforcement there, and then I asked law enforcement to evacuate me from the area. They walked me down the street, and they actually had to form a perimeter and surround me, the law enforcement, to stop the protesters and riot. I would say that's a riot at that point, from getting close to me and doing anything. But they did a great job. Law enforcement got me to a taxi that then took me far away from where that was happening. If the law enforcement weren't there, I probably would have been bloody. So I'm very thankful to the NYPD.
Frank, that's crazy. Can you stick around? We have more clips, more to come on The Dawn Show. Thanks for your comments on the YouTube chat, 855-839-1210. We'll be right back.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I've said many times on the show, I couldn't care less about the ballroom. We're not being charged for it, so do whatever. It'll be there after Trump's gone. It can be used for other presidents. Now, after what happened, maybe I should be more in tune with the design and the construction of the White House ballroom, because I'd like to think that might be a safer compound than, I don't know, a Hilton. We could do next year's at a Motel 6. Yeah, maybe Tom Bodattin will leave the light on for Trump. He's almighty.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Is life insurance still on your list of New Year's resolutions? Now is the perfect time to add it. A buddy told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I added this to my list this year and got it done. I called SelectQuote and was shocked at how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $18 a month. My wife's also 40, and her $5,000 policy was only $16 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, no medical exam was required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Checking this off my list felt great. But the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-280-5858 for your free quote today. That's 1-800-280-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-280-5858. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
You've walked past that kitchen 1,000 times, and every time you've thought, someday. Well, this May, someday is now. Kitchen Magic in Nazareth is offering up to 30% off with financing options for every budget. We're a family-owned business that's been transforming local kitchens and bathrooms since 1979, and we'd love to transform yours. Stop putting it off. Visit kitchenmagic.com and finally get the kitchen you've always wanted.
I'm Paul Cozy from Cozy Jewelers, and we're not your typical jewelry store. We're a family-owned jeweler and manufacturer, crafting nearly every piece right here in-house. When you shop with us, you're getting a curated, custom design experience, not just a selection of cases on a shelf. That means every piece is personal, crafted with care, and made to last. If you want something different, truly unique, and made just for you, this is fine jewelry the way it's meant to be. Come see us in Newtown Square and step up to the 5th C. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Serving in Vietnam, a grenade took my ability to see. I'm Michael Naranjo, and I'm a veteran. Today, I'm a sculptor. My fingers are my eyes.
DAV helps veterans like Michael get the benefits they've earned. They help more than 1 million veterans every year.
With DAV, more veterans can shape their lives into a thing of beauty. My victory is bringing beauty into the world.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Counterfeit products are popping up everywhere. If you think buying them is harmless, think again. Counterfeits are usually made with hazardous and even lethal ingredients that could harm you and others. And the money you paid, it goes right into the hands of criminals. Remember, if you don't know where the products came from, how could you know where the money goes? You're smart. Buy smart. Go for real. Learn more at McGruffPSA.org. This message is brought to you by the United States Patent and Trademark Office and the National Crime Prevention Council.
Calling on East Greenville to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
We're back here live on the Dawn Stenslin Show. We have Frank Scales, Serge Philly. Follow him if you're not already. Sarah Weiss joined the chat. Hey, Sarah, they're talking about the, flags, Doylestown, what's going on? Yeah, I love it. Thanks for being here today. 855-839-1210. We have Frank Scales in the house.
Yes.
So, Frank, let's continue on with this, with you capturing what's going on. And one of the themes is always that when you're at these protests, you really strike a nerve with these individuals who want to basically harass some people, but they don't want to be shown on the broader, let's say, social media scape for what they're really up to. That's kind of a common theme.
Yeah, so they're only friendly to media they think is friendly to them. And even if you go and try to be impartial, if they don't know exactly what you're going to post, and if they don't know for sure that you're going to be favorable, they will become hostile with you. And at this point, people know who I am. They know who Serge Philly is. They know who Ian is, and they are hostile to us immediately upon arriving.
So we're gonna tee this up. This is still in. You won't believe this next clip in New York City, but some of the folks, some of you on the YouTube chat here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, you're talking about what are the official sanctuary cities, sanctuary states. Obviously, New Jersey is officially a so-called sanctuary state, but there are also counties like I'll point out Chester County. There are a lot of counties that claim, oh no, we're not a so-called sanctuary. Yes, look at their policies. So some are more in the closet than others. I'll just point this out. In Philadelphia, obviously, City Council had just passed that anti-ICE legislation. That is going to be challenged if it's not already, but it will be challenged in the courts, such as you can't make federal law enforcement not wear a mask, etc. But officially, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Illinois, Massachusetts, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, Oregon, Vermont, Washington State. And then officially, Philadelphia is one of the cities. New York City, which brings us to you, LA, San Francisco, Denver, Boston, Seattle, Portland, and many others. So there are many that have deemed themselves so-called as sanctuaries. Philadelphia, the first in the nation to pass that package of so-called sanctuary cities, but they really don't have any teeth because when challenged in court, they lose. So I'll just point that out. So you're taking us to specifically you were capturing these protests, Frank Scales, in New York City.
Yes. So to give context on this protest, it's the same protests that we covered a little bit earlier, but basically they were doing a pro-Palestinian protest outside of a synagogue in New York City, and I captured them doing Islamic prayers on the ground with the carpets out. And as soon as I captured that and tried to ask why they were praying at a protest, they got extremely aggressive. It was almost like I poked the beehive, so to speak, and they started swarming me. But this is the clip right here of them.
Okay, so
doing
right
Islamic
now
prayers.
they're praying during a protest. So they're doing Islamic, again, blocking. Excuse me, sir. Whoa, 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 whoa,
back up,
whoa, whoa, whoa.
So you're trying to report, this is a guy with, what does he have
Again,
on
they're
his
praying
face?
over
Is that
there.
a hat? Is that a mask?
Islamic prayers.
Yeah, so
over
they
there.
have, the one has a keffiyeh on their face, and they're using that to conceal their identity. The other one, I'm not really sure what he has or she has on their
so I
face,
just got kicked out.
but they are doing
Again,
anything
they're doing
they can
Islamic
to
prayers
conceal their
over there,
identity.
and they immediately got extremely aggressive. They just got extremely aggressive. They started pushing me as they started their Islamic
And
prayer.
can you
and they're
stop it for
doing
1
Islamic
second?
prayers
So
as
here's the
they-
thing. You see the police officer at one point behind you actually grabs you by the waist, and the police officer is getting you on the side of the barricade with the cops.
Yes.
Because you're being shoved and pushed. Yes. And these cops, I hope they don't get in trouble with Mom Donnie, because there's another cop, a captain, who reportedly got demoted, by the way, for what, for just making a comment, free speech. But these officers appear to be concerned.
Yes.
Tell me if I'm
Yeah, they were very concerned about my safety.
your safety.
And right there, you could see there are 10 of them behind them, and they're in masks. They're concealing their identity. A lot of them have their hands in their pockets. And these officers, they know how volatile the situation is. They know how quick it can go from 0 to 10. So they were immediately trying to get me out of there as soon as I got surrounded. And they were trying to open the barricade. It's the same barricades you see on New Year's Day in Philadelphia, but they were trying to open it. And at one point, I decided that I would rather take the risk of jumping over and risking falling than be right there in that situation. But the officer did a great job in helping me get over the barricade to safety. And then the cops basically told me that I had to get off the street, which I complied with. But yeah, it was a very, very volatile situation. They did not like the fact that I captured them doing Islamic prayers at a protest.
Yeah, and so David in South Carolina is among those on the YouTube chat saying, we appreciate what you're doing to back the blue in our area and as well, in New York City. Because I think that clearly those officers are appreciating, Jimmy says, Dawn, please ask Frank if he thinks your boyish good looks are especially annoying to those guys. That's funny that he's better looking than some of these guys. They're covering their face. Are they like double baggers? Is that what you're implying there, Jimmy? I don't know.
I mean, maybe that's why they cover their faces. Maybe they're not worried about their identity being revealed and they just want to hide their bad looks. That would explain a lot of the aggression.
Yeah, they're saying thank you for bringing this up about, sanctuary counties, the cops, the prison guards in Chester and Montgomery County. They have to stand down. This is not good. So a lot of reaction. But then also, okay, this is a good question that we have from somebody in our YouTube chat. Why do they care? Why do these protesters care that you would capture their Islamic prayers right outside the this is a synagogue, right? This is a Jewish facility, school and worship center. But why would they care if you're recording them doing Islamic prayers right outside a Jewish center?
Well, the purpose of a demonstration is to demonstrate to the public why you support or that you support something strongly. These people don't want to be capturing what they're actually doing at these demonstrations, or they're called demonstrations, but they turn into riots sometimes. But I think, it's a show of intentions. What are their intentions behind doing Islamic prayers outside of a synagogue? Is it to practice their religion, or is it to show dominance? And I think that their intentions might have been to show dominance if they didn't want me capturing it. If they were so concerned about me capturing their Islamic prayers, then I think that kind of reveals that there were bad intentions there.
Yeah, intimidation.
Yeah.
And so Sarah Weiss had a good comment that they feel threatened by Frank. And also Sarah says, you're getting more attention than they are. Keep up the great work, Frank. But I think there's agreement here. Oh, by the way, Denise asks, do these protesters have permits to do this?
I would imagine they have permits because they had barricades and the police were there. But they did, at what point is it a unlawful demonstration?
Yeah.
That's my question. And I think the cops probably privately, because they can't do it publicly, are asking the same exact thing because to other people's points, the cops are basically told to stand down. They can't do anything without risking retaliation. We look in Philadelphia, we look in New York. The HR departments in these police departments are vicious. These cops, no matter what they do, they're in risk of losing their job, and then they can't provide for their families. So at this protest in New York, they were picking up the barricades and pushing them, trying to get closer to the synagogue, which was obviously illegal. They were literally lifting the barricades up in the air and pushing them. So, and the cops actually got in like a tug of war, a pushing match to try to keep the barricades in place. So this protest did turn into a riot. And the question I think we need to ask is, at what point should we expect these gatherings to be deemed unlawful?
Yeah, thanks for all your comments. Dottie says, Frank, she's worried about you, but praying for you. I will. Do we have one more clip still?
Yes.
We have one clip, so we'll keep Frank for just a sec more. We have a lot of updates to bring you. Can you just stick for one more segment? We're going to get to a quick break, and we'll be right back.
If you're in the Philadelphia area and caring for a loved one with Medicaid, get paid starting today. Freedom Care has already helped over 162,000 families get the care they deserve, with 97% satisfaction and more than 8,000 five-star reviews. If you have Medicaid, you need to hear this. You may qualify to choose a caregiver you already trust, a family member or friend, and they can start getting paid. No agencies, no strangers, just someone you know, helping with meals, medication, bathing, mobility, and more. This service isn't for later, it's for right now. It's 100% free to you through Medicaid, and caregivers get paid right away after their shift. Find out if you qualify today. Call 267-535-2174. That's 267-535-2174. Don't wait. Call 267-535-2174 now. Again, that's 267-535-2174. Freedom Care. Get paid to care starting now.
Horizon Home Services is here to make taking care of your cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical systems feel as simple as waving a wand with Comfort 360, the whole home protection membership. For just $19.99 a month, make getting maintenance, repairs, and replacements easier with 2 HVAC tune-ups a year and waived diagnostic fees with repairs. Plus, members get exclusive savings like 15% off any service. No magic spells required. Live comfortably ever after with Comfort 360. Learn more at horizonservices.com/Comfort360.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello! Prime grilling season is almost here. I can almost smell the barbecue now. National Appliance Warehouse is ready with a huge inventory of grills from top manufacturers. Today's grills are loaded with features designed to make outdoor cooking easy and fun. And the grilling experts at National Appliance Warehouse will help you navigate them all. Gas, charcoal, or electric. With so many options, it's important to choose a retailer with superior knowledge and customer service to help you select the correct one. National Appliance Warehouse is dedicated to just that. You'll find everything you need for the outdoor kitchen of your dreams, all at the lowest price available, guaranteed thanks to Price Assure. And make sure you're all set for that first barbecue. They'll deliver and even assemble most grills.
The Memorial Day Mega Sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on a wide selection of grills and barbecue season in style this summer. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years.
I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Weather sponsored by H&K Group Incorporated.
Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. 80 locations across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K is an equal opportunity employer.
Free speech lives here with Kale and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Hey, we've got breaking news. Andrew Torres, can you take President Trump taking questions right now about the hantavirus situation?
Taking them out, shooting them. So we're not going to let them. That's the plan. You know, people say, what's the plan? The plan is very simple. The blockade, first of all, was
talking about Iran.
Part of military genius, just like Venezuela was military genius. We have the greatest military in the world by far. And we're stocked up with great ammunition. We have much better stuff than we did 2 months ago when we first did the attack, which knocked them for a loop. But very simple. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. They can't have it. And if they did have it, the Middle East would be gone, Israel would be gone, and then hit Europe probably next. We're doing the service to the world. And this has gone on for 47 years. Other presidents and leaders of other countries that have the power should have done it, but they didn't do it. But it's a very simple plan. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and they won't have a nuclear weapon. And they didn't want to go that far. If you can believe it, they didn't. How stupid. Are they stupid people? They didn't want to believe it. They think that, well, I'll get tired of this, or I'll get bored, or I'll have some pressure. But there's no pressure. There's no pressure at all. We're going to have a complete victory. We've already, in theory, had a complete victory from the military standpoint. The military, look, their Navy is dead. They have 150. They had 159 ships. Right now they have 0, other than the little speedboats that go around that got taken out 8 a day by us. They have no Air Force. They have no anti-aircraft. Now, they probably put the shoulder jobs into service over the last 3 weeks, probably. But essentially, they have no anti-aircraft. They have no radar. And frankly, their leaders have been killed at the first level, second level, and half at the third level. And then they come back and they want to negotiate, and they give us it's a stupid proposal. And nobody would take it, although Obama would have taken it, Biden would have taken it. What they took was far worse. So we stopped them twice. We stopped them when I terminated the worst deal probably ever made in the history of our country in terms of defense. That was the Iran nuclear deal penned by Barack Hussein Obama. That would have given Iran a nuclear weapon within a year. They would have had it years ago. I terminated that in my first term. And then when that beautiful plane right there hit them hard, we really hit them hard. And they told me, I want to just tell you this, because they like to say, oh, well, maybe it wasn't that hard a hit. Iran told me very strongly, because they intend to give us the nuclear dust, as I call it. It's easier than talking about other terms, because it's a term everyone knows. But the nuclear dust, which is what we hit, they told me, number one, you're getting it, but you're going to have to take it out, because the site was so obliterated that there's only 1 or 2 countries in the world that could get it. It's so deep and got hit so hard that there's no way they have the equipment to move it. You and China are the only 2 countries in the world that could take it out. So we talked about it, and they said, you'll have to take it out because we don't have the capability of doing it. So for those people that like to say that those great pilots in those great planes, well, we just ordered 22 more of them, new and improved, that those great pilots didn't do their job, They did their job at 1 o'clock in the morning with no moon, no light, no nothing. Every single bomb hit its targets. And then, as you know, we shot some incredible things. There's things that nobody else has. Nobody has a military like we have. We shot the Tomahawks from a submarine 200 miles away, and that went on top of it. But every one of those, including the Tomahawks, every one of those weapons and shots hit perfectly. And they said to me, just to put it on the record, they said to me, there are only 2 countries in the entire world that could ever get that stuff out of there because we don't have the equipment and nobody else. They said China and the United States. So I just want to let you know those pilots did an unbelievable job, very dangerous job at 1 o'clock in the morning. Think of it. No moon, no nothing. We had no light, purposely. And every single one of those bombs were right down an air chute in a granite mountain that exploded. And they are unable to get it, even if they wanted to. But we're not going to take a chance, so that's part of the deal.
So, sir, are you saying that Iranians have agreed to allow the removal of all their enriched uranium?
Yeah.
So this is President Trump in the White House, in the Oval Office, asking some details, but I think we get the gist of the update there. So we're live, we're local, we're going to take you where the story goes. We'll continue on. If he answers any questions about hantavirus, don't worry, we're monitoring the situation. Let's return. We got Frank Scales in the house. Frank, take us to as far as New York City goes. And Andrew, I'm going to ask you to monitor that and get the video if he indeed is asked about hantavirus and anything with regard to that. But Frank, move on now with what you were talking about, New York City, what happened next with these protesters.
So that same night, this is another clip from that protest where a gentleman, I referred to him as Sir, and he corrected me saying that he was a doctor. And it's kind of humorous, and I think it's funny, but they were also blocking me, and you're going to see how they form human walls. And I want to reiterate that people at these protests form human walls, and they back up into you to intimidate you and to stop you from getting anywhere near their demonstration if you're press. And if you try to push back, if you try to, move forward anyway on public property, they're going to act like you're harassing them. They learn to do this at different trainings because at every protest I go to, they do this same thing. They use the same playbook. They openly market trainings where they teach people how to disrupt media they don't like. They teach people how to disrupt ICE agents and ICE operations. And they learn this, and it all comes from the top. But this is kind of a clip of what they do.
Why are you out here demonstrating today?
It's not, sir.
What happened?
It's not, sir. It's
what is it
to you, bitch.
Doctor? What are you a doctor of?
Philosophy.
What is your philosophy? Why are you out here protesting?
I'm a doctor in philosophy.
Why are you out here protesting?
Because I can.
Do you have any reasoning behind that, doctor?
Nah, I love chaos.
So no reasoning behind that?
Nope, none at all.
And I think that's important what he just said.
What are you buying?
And right here you're going to see them block me.
Stop touching me, please. I'm walking on public property.
Stop touching me, please.
Again, not letting me by. This is a violation of my First Amendment right. I have a right to move freely on public property, which you are violating right now. This is more than one person doing this, so this is a federal conspiracy. Did you know that, sir?
And the guy's in a
They
mask.
didn't teach them that in doctor school.
Had to have some fun with it at the end.
Yeah,
there.
in
Have to make
doctor
the
school. I love
have
it.
to make the best out of a bad situation, but you can hear them say, "Don't touch me, don't touch me," as they're actively blocking me from moving on public property, violating my First Amendment right and my right to exist on public property. But they want to play the victim. They want people, they want journalists to do stuff that they can then say they're being harassed or assaulted. And I'm just never going to give that.
Good for you.
I'm never going to give them that power. And I'm just going to keep exposing the tactics they use to silence media, the quite frankly fascist tactics that they use to silence media.
Well, we appreciate you. We appreciate everything you're doing. I'm still monitoring this, everything that's going on. But I want to get to the story and just update this because it's a story making headlines in New York where you were covering some of this, what's really anti-Semitic, anti-Jewish, or Jewish intimidation. That's what many on the other side of that are calling what was going on. But in the media, they call it pro-Palestinian.
Yeah.
For people who that's their synagogue or their neighborhood, they're saying it's more feels like it's intimidation against people who are Jewish and anti-Semitic. But this new NYPD captain that was transferred after what he said was captured on camera. It went viral because he said about Mamdani something to the effect of "not my mayor." And so he's Captain James Wilson. He's 51 years young, shipped from the 94th precinct, where he's a captain, where he served as the second highest officer for the station house, covering a neighborhood known as Greenpoint. And he was actually transferred initially to a 911 call center to answer 911 calls, a police captain. And think about the police shortage, which they have. They're still recruiting people in New York. And so he was, transferred then to the Bronx to a 911 call center. But this is some video that I sent Andrew Torres. Let's just take a look. This is what sparked this.
Mayor Zoran Mamdani. You don't like Mamdani, so he's your boss. No. You want a minute? He's your boss. He's temporary. He's your boss.
Temporary.
Is he your boss though? Is he your boss? He's your boss. He's your boss. Exactly. He's what? He's an embarrassment.
So he said he was temporary.
Yo, you're saying your mayor is not my mayor.
Okay, so this captain, he's holding back. He's speaking to some protesters and some back and forth, nah, like this and that. And then he was transferred to the 911 center. Then that people were bashing Mayor Mamdani. And so now, we're looking at this. Is he facing possible, some other discipline? But this is now making big news in New York City. This is what the police there have to deal with, Frank.
It just goes to show you that the politicians like Zoran Mamdani, his team, and even higher ups in these different departments are more concerned about politics than actually getting things done. And this is a reason why we have so many problems in the cities. New York City, Philadelphia, we're facing police shortages.
Mhm.
Life gets better for residents if we have more police officers on the streets and if those police officers feel empowered to do their jobs the way they think they should. Right now, we don't have enough police. And they also feel like they are not allowed to do their jobs because in reality, they're not. They will get sent to the HR department. They will get fired. They will get disciplined if they try to actually enforce the law. So all they could do is stand there with their hands tied. I would be pretty upset with the leadership with Zoran Mamdani if I was an officer too. If protesters, rioters we'll call them, want to throw ice balls at my fellow officers, and then the mayor comes out, who is supposed to be my boss, saying that it was just a snowball fight, I would be pretty upset too. I would feel like Zoran Mamdani was a joke. Zoran Mamdani didn't face any consequences for allowing those officers to get pelted by ice balls.
Yeah.
So why can't cops speak about, what they think? Is it affecting the way he's doing his job? The officer in that video did not appear to be violating, any codes of conduct when it comes to his actual duties as a cop. He wasn't violating the rights of those protesters. He was actually engaging in discourse and discussion with the protesters.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think it's very hypocritical. And
Who's the king?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, right. Well, it looks like Zoran Mamdani is the king of New York right now. It's very hypocritical, and that speaks to a lot of problems we're seeing in the cities.
Yeah. Yeah, so in that one in the 94th precinct, you have a 20-year veteran on the police force there. And so now there's a disciplinary process. Mamdani's administration continues to confirm that this captain, because he really said a few words to these folks, but we have all that going on. Frank Scales, every Monday now for since last year. So we always appreciate you. Ian McGinnis,
Yes.
You guys are great partners at Surge Philly. Thank you so much.
Yes, it's really a blessing what me and Ian are able to do, and Ian feels the same way, and we're super gracious to be able to come on 1210 WPHT every week and speak about the different experiences we have out there. And we're never going to stop. And if anybody would like to check out our work, you can go to surgemedia.us, surgemedia.us.
Thank you, Frank. Thanks a million. Be safe, though. Everybody's saying be safe.
We will. We will.
We'll take a quick break. Be right back.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Andrea Ledsum, the founder of the 1001 Foundation, says
Screens are the challenge of our lifetime. They really are. The least frequently used feature on the cell phone, I would guess, is the actual phone aspect of placing a phone call. You use it for the internet, you use it for social media, you use it to take pictures, you use it to watch YouTube, you use it to FaceTime, send group text, and then somewhere down at the bottom is placing a phone call.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Enjoy your summer plans while your money stays hard at work. Open a growth checking account at First Harvest Credit Union and keep everyday spending simple. Earn up to 2% annual percentage yield on balances of $1,000 or more. Want to grow your savings even more? Check out our growth savings and competitive share and IRA certificate accounts. Get started at firstharvestcu.com/growth checking or stop by your nearest branch. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. If clutter is costing you time, fix it right away. Closet Factory designs and installs custom storage for closets, pantries, and home offices. Schedule a free design consultation at closetfactory.com. Closetfactory.com.
Living here is about more than just the headlines. It's the new restaurant opening in Fishtown. It's the playoff energy at the bank. It's the festivals that make your neighborhood feel like home.
KYW News Radio brings you the pulse of the Delaware Valley. From service journalism that solves problems to stories that celebrate our culture, we cover the life you're actually living.
Authentic, local, factual. KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news source.
Picking out an engagement ring can be terrifying. You're searching for the ring, but have no idea where to start. Go to Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton. The team, especially JR, makes it easy. No pressure, just real help from someone who cares. They break down diamonds, styles, and what actually matters. Their selection is huge. Every shape, size, and price range. You leave confident, not overwhelmed. When it comes to finding the ring, there's only one place to go. Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
So here's what's interesting. I'll say I don't see a whole lot of questions to President Trump about hantavirus, whatever you call it. So maybe that's a good sign that they're not really asking him much. I saw Dr. Oz, speaking at one point. But Dr. Oz is there not because of hantavirus, but because this is a planned maternal health care event that President Trump has all these. I always feel sorry for people. You're all excited. Let's say you're Katie Britt or you're one of the lawmakers. You're Dr. Oz. You see all the different individuals and you're supposed to be there talking about maternal health care and moms. Obviously, the Monday after a great Mother's Day. I hope you had a wonderful Mother's Day. I did. But in that one, I don't see too much where the good news is I don't see a lot of headlines as far as something breaking. The ceasefire, the negotiations with Iran continue, and they're going to be talking today about the maternal health care event with Trump, and he's, doing the Q&A. I do feel badly. You have to stand there, and you can't look bored. You can't yawn. And you know how if one of you yawns, then it becomes like contagious. So you're like, oh God, please, this yawn is coming. You see them and they try to pretend like they're, doing the nose, like doing the little nose thing. But really they're yawning because they're bored out of their minds. So there's that whole thing going on. Plus that they have to stand behind the president. He's sitting there at the Resolute desk. But I digress. It's kind of, it's fascinating with this president, how transparent he is, how many news conferences he does daily. We'll watch for all the latest developments. This is Dawn Stensland. Dom Giordano's show is up next, and we got it all covered for you live and local. Thanks for being here today. Have a great one.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. President Trump says a second round of U.S.-Iran peace talks could take place as soon as this weekend. Meantime, Axios reporting the U.S. is working on a plan to release $20 billion in frozen Iranian assets in exchange for Tehran's enriched uranium stockpile. But even though Iran's foreign minister has declared the Strait of Hormuz is now completely open to ship traffic, an Iranian news agency reports not so fast. They will close the shipping traffic choke point if the U.S. naval blockade continues. Still, on Wall Street, stocks are off their highs, but still sharply higher. The Dow up 2%, almost 1,000 points higher. The Nasdaq up 1 2/3%. The S&P 1 1/3% higher, and oil down 12% to $83.50 a barrel. And another big deal in Major League Baseball. The San Diego Padres, owned by the Seidler family since 2012, are nearing a deal to be sold to the private equity billionaire Jose Feliciano and his wife for $3.9 billion, according to Dow Jones. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
May weather is nice, but the summer heat is coming, and so are the high utility bills. Don't wait for your AC to start working overtime. Call Window Nation now. During Window Nation's May sale, buy 4 windows and get 4 free. That's right. Replace your windows and get half of them absolutely free. Plus, get 0 down and no payments or interest for 2 years. The experts at Window Nation will install your windows in 1 day or less. Beat the heat and save big. Schedule your free consultation at windownation.com.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands or feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
Air conditioner, oh air conditioner, will you make it through the summer? If you don't, it'll be a bummer. Start your spring off right. We got huge rebates if that budget's tight. This is Jonathan Cans, and I am not a poet. I am, however, the 3rd generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. We are the mainline's oldest family-owned HVAC company, and we are not private equity owned. But we are experts in rebates, big ones. And right now, there are up to $2,300 in rebates available. Contact us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinekanze.com.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the Power of One with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, this is a headline. Republicans have the win. Shapiro, who's counseling the building trades who are supporting Sharif Street on what to do and what not to do in this race. And this is clear, even though Josh Shapiro, if Josh Shapiro's a moderate or considered a moderate in the Democrat Party, does that tell you how far the Democrat Party has gone? This guy is as radical as they come. He just has to masquerade it. AOC says she wants to transform the country. She's coming to town on Friday, and these two, through this race, are kind of, throwing shots at each other behind the scenes. That's what this is about. All right, the wind at the back. There's a website called Notice, N-O-T-U-S, not POTUS, that leans left. Their headline today, and I agree with this somewhat, is a noticeable vibe shift toward the midterms. In other words, I would say we don't need President Trump to turn out the low propensity voter and all the things he broke through with in 2024 in the midterms. Just not get shut out, essentially, in that. And we stand a good chance of winning. Democrats are so crazed and taking a licking over the redistricting stuff and also what the Supreme Court did by saying we don't cure racism by more racism in the Voting Rights Act. They're so crazed that over the weekend they were caught. And I believe their base is going to demand this because of what happened in Virginia. You know how the Supreme Court there struck it down. I didn't look how many are Democrats. I think Democrats are the majority. Struck down what they did. It violated state law in the manner they went about redistricting in that referendum. It cost them $62 million. Scott Presler will be here at 2 o'clock, and he's been talking about that a lot. So what's their solution? They want to, through the legislature, and do this almost instantly, change the mandatory retirement age for judges in Virginia, the Virginia Supreme Court. From where it is now, it depends on when the term starts, but it's approximately 74. They want to change it to 53. They want to take 21 years off just out of the blue because that will, I believe, ouster all the people on the Virginia Supreme Court. And then they want to tag in 7 more people that are going to say the redistricting stands ipso facto mandamus. We change that. Now, just picture how ruthless. I mean, you got to admire the enemy. And they are the enemy of America. They want to change the retirement age by 21 years just by executive fiat out of nowhere. Lower it to 53. Yeah, but what about in the future? They don't care. They're all about getting over the finish line. And Notice makes the point that you're starting to see something else big. And several sources said it. And I'm going to chronicle every inch of this because I'm kind of counting on this to help us with the midterms. They predict, and you're already seeing it play out, the Democrat Party fracturing over something simple. America 250. In other words, Democrats are looking at, well, how do we approach this? You know in your heart of hearts how they want to approach it. They want to approach it by running down the country. They want to approach it by saying it's a fraud. They want to approach it by saying, yes, minimal progress, but we're not celebrating that. Some of them don't want to celebrate it at all. So we're only in May. I'd say they're predicting to, as we get through June, you'll start to see any number of their elected officials part company with the smarter Democrats go, come on, you got to celebrate. You got to make these people pretend we believe in America. Eat a hot dog. Go to a parade. Do something for the 4th of July. Say out of those 250 years, at least 200 were good. Anything. Give us something. So those two things today really give me energy, and they should give them to you too. Now, that doesn't mean I think we're going to hold the House just as is. We also have, and it's a little bit mysterious to me, because I want to go and broadcast from it, they're going to have their convention for the midterms, which I think is a brilliant stroke. And what should they do at that convention? Affordability, affordability, affordability. Shut up anybody who's a Looney Tune and wants to get out of line. It's about one thing, winning, affordability. Now, President Trump, with Cheryl Atkinson, who's a great interviewer, a great friend of the show. Here's a little bit of Trump in his own version of affordability, talking about, he did this IRA thing for those that can't have the retirement accounts. starting to move forward on that. He's just got to focus, get out of Iran, and then relentlessly between now and the voting day or the early voting. You had something there, Kirk? Point of order there. I don't know if you were on the Senate floor. Okay. Here is President Trump with Cheryl Atkinson talking about the NFL and streaming and making people pay for all that. Just think, we had to pay. Well, I had Prime. It wasn't Prime. Watching your 76ers. By the way, Henry, too good to check. I've seen it in several places. Nick Nurse's brother died, so there was a moment of silence. And at least a couple of these New York yo-yos, maybe 8 seconds in, a few seconds in, yells out, "Let's go Knicks."
Yeah, shocker.
You have to hunt them down right there. Bring in audio to call the CIA and drag them out of there.
I want like a police helicopter, like spotlight on them.
Yeah,
in the stadium.
Yeah. Well, right. When they get to Philadelphia, let's have the Philadelphia police do a pat down for brooms. Here is Trump talking about affordability. Like they're getting all these government exemptions of one sort or another. People build the stadia. So maybe they shouldn't be able to get away with this. He's just sending a message to the FCC and others who are looking into this. All right. We'll have a lot to say throughout the show today, though. A little bit down memory lane. Jim Comey, look, deserved to be charged. He knew exactly what he was doing with 86-47 and all that. But it's not the end of the world to me if Jim Comey not charged on it. What is the end of the world? And what I don't understand, I don't know anybody that I have on today that I'll ask this of. No, Linda Kearns, Fauci, no, Corey DeAngelis, no, probably not. I don't know if we have anybody lined up today that I can ask. Why is it that as we sit here, Anthony Fauci has not been charged for lying to Congress? All that back and forth with Rand Paul, who has really gone forward on this big time to keep it alive. Today is the last day. RFK Jr. tweeting out about it, among others. Look, if you're going to charge Comey on this, certainly there's a national cry here and enough individually. And you have Fauci's guy that you have charged who was hiding all these documents and all. And I'm sure they're working this guy. But you mean to say, today is after today, the statute of limitations runs on this. Then anything they do, it will be seen as just really setting up something that's incredibly phony, just vicious to go after them. But we've never had any kind of reckoning. They just got away. And as soon as there's a virus on this cruise ship, you get the same fears again of potentially, what's going to happen here? Are we going to start to see the same sort of techniques in some places put into play? Because if you don't have punishment, you don't have a reckoning around this stuff, well, then there's a temptation to do it again. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. So I am watching. If it comes down, I would say it comes down during the show. After that, I just don't imagine it, that there would be an indictment of Fauci. I know of nothing, any source, anybody that I see, anything that I see that predicts it is going to happen. And it's hard to know why, given all the other things that have gone on. UFOs and everything, not Fauci. It's unacceptable. Rand Paul's right on this. All right, side question. Happened to see the other day in some sources, there was this, on Twitter, a couple of other places, a look at the all-time episodes, meaning an individual episode of a show. So you probably have to have an all-time great show, and then you have to have the episode that just struck a chord, maybe that everybody remembers, that kind of thing. Now, we're not going to go back 50 years. It will be in the last 26 years, approximately, and the Pine Barrens was the one that got the attention on this, because last week on that date, The Sopranos dropped the Pine Barrens, which to me is certainly a contender. I mean, that has everything you want from a show that's in the top 5 usually when people talk about all-timers. I'm going to say, too, an area to help you out with, you might want to think of the ending of a show. And again, Don't go back into the 1950s, 60s, 70s, 80s. More contemporary, and you got plenty of them. I defend the Seinfeld ending. I think it fit the show beautifully. If you believe the show worked, then you believe the ending worked. And I don't get the attack on. It's like the ending show of The Sopranos, the attack on that.
There's a reason they ended Curb Your Enthusiasm the way they did, because they look at each other at the end of that show and they go, this is how we should have ended Seinfeld. And then they go,
I don't.
And they move on.
Yeah, well, I see it. The premise of indifference was the thing that went through the show, and it allowed them to bring back every character. They were indifferent. They weren't malevolent, but they were completely indifferent. They melded Geraldo and the whole thing with that, I think, pretty well. Let's see. The other is The Money in the Desert, Ozymandias, and Breaking Bad. When Jesse, was that yours, Kirk?
Yeah, it was.
I could tell by his reaction.
I'm sorry about that. It's like my melt.
Exactly
when Walter finally broken down, oh, my God. He's going to burn up the money. And then what happens when they get there, too? You just talk about brilliance. That summarized the whole thing beautifully. All right, those are a few of mine. I got others. But, Henry, what's yours?
Yeah, I'm going to go outside the box. I've actually been doing a rewatch of one of my favorite comedies in Community. And I got to say, this season 1, episode 23, Modern Warfare, where they play paintball for priority registration at the community college for the next semester. I think it's just an all-time television episode. Obviously, people point to the episode where they did multi-dimensional kind of theories and travel, and that kind of set up all the multiverse kind of movies we have today. It kind of all started with that Community episode.
No, I like Community on that, but that's into the weeds. That I think they went too far.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
too far.
It's the one character. It became a little bit too back and forth. And why was it that every year that show was up to be taken off? I didn't get it.
I didn't get it either. I guess, like you said, it's kind of too in the weeds at times. There is a lot of references. Like
the paintball one, though, yes.
The paintball, I think, is just all time. And then another one is a show I didn't finish, but the episode had me hooked because going into the episode, I was watching it with my roommate, and he was like, "You're still watching this show?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking about dropping it." And then we watched the episode together, and he's like, and it was just so good. And he turns to me, he's like, "You're thinking about dropping this show?" And that'd be the season 2, episode 11 of Billions, the Golden Frog time, in which Paul Giamatti's character sets out a huge trap for Damian Lewis's character, Bobby Axelrod, and he falls right into it. And it's a huge twist you don't see coming until the end of the episode when Chuck Rhodes, the Paul Giamatti character, is like crying to himself in his chair, and then it turns out, no, he's laughing because he just trapped his mortal nemesis in a very good trap. So I think that's an all-time episode of TV.
All right, so that's what we're looking for, and it's got to be more contemporary. It's all in the telling, because Henry and I, strangely, may not have seen and Kirk, I don't know if we've seen every episode you're talking about. So you got to come up with something prominent and a prominent show, probably. Think show endings. They might be it. Never done this before. We'll see how it goes. All right, Kirk, I'm sorry about the Ozymandias. Okay. We'll put that up there on the board, but
it's all good.
What did you think?
It's all good. So I got to say, still go with the classic. I mean, it's 1970s. However, I'm still going with MASH, the series finale of MASH.
Okay. We would be outside the time frame, but it is a...
I still hold that true in my heart. I love that.
Oh,
that was a great show.
Sure. So endings. Say we're trying to look for something that we know so that we can be fair judges on this. You got to wow us with this on the side. All right, so Fauci Day, big deal still to you or not? I think it is. He's the face, and a lot of it was the back and forth with Rand Paul, directly lying on this stuff. We have his guy. The charges are covering up the email trail, no transparency. Okay, that's his top guy. That means Fauci wasn't in on that? That's very hard to believe. 855-839-1210. You'll get a line. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, you push pound 1210. The Patriots, your New England Patriots, wish everybody happy Mother's Day at 10 a.m. yesterday. And I'll give you a blow-by-blow account of what happened on Twitter. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You know, I've said many times on the show, I couldn't care less about the ballroom. We're not being charged for it, so do whatever. It'll be there after Trump's gone. It can be used for other presidents. Now, after what happened, maybe I should be more in tune with the design and the construction of the White House ballroom, because I'd like to think that might be a safer compound than, I don't know, a Hilton. We could do next year's at a Motel 6. Yeah, maybe Tom Bodatin will leave the light on for Trump. He's almighty.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
There's one box that you'd run back into your burning house to grab. It's the box filled with your videotapes, film reels, and photos. Those sentimental, meaningful, irreplaceable moments. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago so that we could help families save their memories from being destroyed by floods or fires.
And it's not just natural disasters, Adam. Every day, videotapes and photos are slowly fading away, decaying, neglected in closets and attics.
Digitizing your old media stops fading, and preserving those recordings means they are safe forever. It's like magic, converting your shoebox of memories into digital files, ready to watch and share.
It's the only way to ensure your legacy is safe for generations. That's why over 1 million families have already trusted Legacy Box. Legacy Box is simple and easy, it works, and is safe. We'd love to preserve your family's collection. Don't wait, the risk is too great.
Visit legacybox.com/radio to save 50%. That's legacybox.com/radio to get started and save. legacybox.com/radio.
Hit the road this season to watch the Birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available for Nashville, Arizona, Jacksonville, and more. And you never know if you might need your passport for an international game. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Dom Giordano's show. So, all-time episode. Hit us with that. Think of a great show, TV show. Maybe the ending, maybe the beginning, something where it really popped. I mean, think of all the possibilities. And Kirk and I were both on Ozymandias.
Mm-hmm.
The Burning, just the title, too. Blazing across the screen was great. By the way, I'm not sure if it's today or not. I'm blocked by the Inquirer, but Aaron Rowan gave them an interview. Former Phillies center fielder, on his iconic and, quote, painful catch. Well, that makes it even more iconic. On the 20th anniversary.
Man.
Yeah. I mean, this guy was like a 255 hitter, if that. I didn't look up his stats. And yet, what he did, breaking the nose, the blood, the whole thing, then holding up the ball. That's it. That's top 10 in Philadelphia.
Oh, man, yeah.
That catch.
I can't believe they didn't have padding there.
Well, they were putting it in.
Right,
It was the day after. They had fencing up.
Yeah.
Like, why?
They expedited it then, yeah.
Yeah, like, why did you do? Not only that, Guys crashing into outfield walls, you would think by now there's foam, there's something, there's Nerf ball, where it wouldn't be as painful. Do they want it to be? Is that part of the game? I don't know. You could put stuff in. It's like a romper room sort of thing, and you wouldn't get hurt nearly as often. Anyhow, it's the 20th anniversary of The Catch. We're kind of thinking, are there enough where you put the in front of it? Like, my all-time favorite photo is coming up, or no, I think the anniversary just happened. I think it was May 8th or so. The Kiss. And the woman was not a nurse. She was a dental hygienist. They really dressed up back then. And that guy did it, and the woman didn't. She never said oh, my God, it was like an assault. Come on. It was on VE Day. Not even VJ Day. God knows what they may have done on that. All right, so 855-839-1210. Hit us on the side question. We're looking for an all-time episode of a TV show. A couple of things. So the New England Patriots, what are they supposed to do? People are asking last night. I'm looking at this. You know how Twitter is, and particularly since the Eagles have a big trade brewing with them and all. You know how Twitter is. Can you really remember mothers on Mother's Day? Immediately, particularly with AI, the photos of Diane Rossini and Vrabel AI'd up, or even worse than what actually we had that was real. And down the line they go, like pouring in tens of thousands of memes and back and forth over the whole thing. So, maybe you had to skip Mother's Day this year. Oh, they skipped Mother's Day. They knew what we were going to do. No matter what you do with Twitter on something like this. And in the end, you think they're going to tough it out and he'll remain his coach. But this is just a small sample that people are not going to forget about this. And it only gets worse. I mean, it's both, the whole story. It has nothing to do even with journalism. It's just ridiculous. Particularly when a football coach occasionally is asked to say what a good teammate is, and this guy wasn't a good teammate, and you have to play for the team. We're all in this together. You have to sacrifice. And in the back of your mind, we know the story that's there. So New England Patriots, not necessarily a great Mother's Day. 855-839-1210. You'll get a line. On deck circle, we have Linda Kearns. Linda with us because President Trump, among a myriad of things yesterday, talked about armies of voter integrity, Republican lawyers and the like, going to be out there for the midterms. So we'll see what Linda thinks has to be done to close the gaps, because Save America Act being passed. Well, Scott Preser's here at 2 today, and I wonder, do the floodgates open a bit more? If Ken Paxton, we have that big primary battle going on. If Ken Paxton beats John Cornyn, does the message get sent that people are tired of Republicans in the Senate not delivering on what is an obvious thing? We don't want people that are here illegally voting. Will that send the message? Okay, we'll see. President Trump today's theme on affordability is we've done more for young parents than ever before. And there's a lot of evidence for that, of what Republicans have done. But winning the battle on that, given the media, given the Democrats sticking to their playbook, affordability, is not going to be the easiest thing. So we'll see. But I feel a lot better over the weekend, headed to the midterms. I wouldn't say the wind is at the back of Republicans, but they are winning the redistricting battle. And Democrats are really out there. If they do lower or go forward with trying to lower that retirement age by 21 years, it's staggering. Even the average person goes, what the hell, just to get their way. Then I think we shall see that Republicans can do just about anything. I would tell them to do just about anything. And in the public mind, who would blame them when you have people out of the blue? What are we lowering it to? People would ask. And you tell them 53. And you're like, what? And that's their leading idea over the weekend. I think some of them are afraid to do it, but a lot of them go, yep, you know what? We're getting killed here redistricting. All right, Gary in Newtown. Gary starts us off here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gary.
Hey, Tom. How are you? Great show already.
Thank you, Gary.
My vote for Fauci to go away for the rest of his life, I can't wait, but it's not going to happen.
Why do you think, though? Look, Comey, I have to say, yeah, you could indict him, and they got a grand jury. I don't know that that's, a prime thing. But Fauci, it's not just about him. It's about the whole thing.
I agree with you 100%. If you could give me the timer for Jeopardy 30 seconds, I'll ask you a question. Name someone that has gone and been held accountable in the last 20 years.
Well, true. That's part of it. You're right. But you know what? I will. That fully accountable. They didn't get away with it. That was in prime territory. Almost no one pops into my mind. Some have gotten some punishment. We'll work on that.
The auto signature pen. We've heard nothing on that. Zero.
Yeah, that's what infuriates people. Then they want to give up because they feel that nothing ever happens here. That's right. If it's in certain areas, I'll give you one. Diana Rossini, I think, has been held accountable.
I don't even know who that is, honestly.
Okay, that's the journalist, shall we say, that was involved with Mike Vrabel, the head coach of the Patriots. She's gotten bounced.
No. I mean people that they work for us. People that work for us. We pay their salary. They're supposed to represent us. Name somebody that's been held accountable. Nobody.
Okay. All right. I'm working on that, but your point is well taken. I got to work on it. Yeah.
Okay. Public service announcement for Kirk. He needs to shut his ears. He can't listen to this answer.
Okay. We'll do. Do it right now.
I called in with it. I called in with it when the question was a shocker, and I used Dan throwing it 53 yards. Maybe it was 47. I don't know. I wasn't. But I went with that one But this one is season 3 of Ozark, when the Marty and what's her name?
Lynn, isn't it? Is it Lynn?
No.
What am I blanking? Henry?
It's okay.
We're talking about the
Marty,
actress?
Yeah.
Laura Linney?
Yeah, it's Laura Linney.
Laura Linney, yeah. I'm talking about Marty Bird. I can't think of her name in the show.
Wendy.
They're walking together with Helen Pierce to go see the cartel for the first time on their turf.
Right.
And she gets her head blown off with her blood on their faces and their bodies. Yep. I was completely torn apart.
That was a great ending. Thanks, Gary. That's a great episode. I would say the ending of Ozark is unsatisfying. They get away with it. Spoiler alert, it's been out there. Come on now.
I got bored with it, so I don't really care.
I didn't get bored with it, but I was surprised they did that ending. Come on. They weren't getting away with it here. That wouldn't happen in Breaking Bad. Nobody really got away with it here. You pull off the bank robbery or the train thing, and what happens? You have to kill a 10-year-old kid. That's consequence. All right, coming up, the great Linda Kearns. President Trump over the weekend really hitting this point. We're going to have armies of voting integrity people out there for the midterms. I know we're a ways out. Still just about 6 months? Well, early voting, 5. What does that mean? I will ask Linda and hit us with that. Oh, my God. David's answer. Man, he's torturing me, trying to say, you can't be biased. You're a judge here.
He's a man of culture.
I could be bought on this one pretty easily. Right. Let's see. His answer or New York Knicks fans? His answer's worse. Okay.
Oh, man.
All right. What's worse than New York Knicks? We already did the New York thing the other day. We can't resurface it. All right. It's 855-839-1210. Let's talk about Diane Giordano for a moment. Attention, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, future home sellers. If you're an empty nester or senior, and you're even thinking about selling in the next year or two, this message is for you. The biggest mistake most homeowners make is starting too late. Then the pressure hits. Where are you going to go? What do we fix? What do we leave alone? How much will it cost? How do I price my house? Will the inspection become a problem? Are we leaving money on the table because we waited too long? It's time to call my great friend Diane Giordano Casaccio, Cardano Realtors. She helps homeowners create a smart plan before the stress, the clutter, the repairs, and those costly decisions pile up. Because selling after 60 is different. It's your home, your money, your memories, and your next chapter, and it deserves a real strategy. Call Diane now to get a free copy of her book, Model Home Mindset. Sell smart, avoid costly mistakes. Just call 215-576-8666 or online, get that free copy now, 215-576-8666.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. Every year, millions are hurt in car accidents. The numbers are overwhelming. But if you're injured in an accident, don't feel overwhelmed. Call Lundy Law. We remove the stress and get you the maximum compensation you deserve. We hope we never meet because of an accident, but if we do, we're here for you. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
Weather, sponsored by Window Nation.
It'll be a much cooler day today with clouds and a few showers possible south and east of the city. Some sunshine possible late in the day with a high 65. Becoming mostly clear tonight and chilly. Low 48 for the city, cooler in the suburbs. And a pleasant day on Tuesday. Plenty of sunshine with a high 68.
Window Nation is a proud partner of this year's Stotesbury Cup Regatta. Right now, take advantage of their Buy 4 Windows, Get 4 free sale, plus 0 down payment and no payments or interest for 2 years. Don't wait until the heat hits. Call Window Nation for your fast free estimate today.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, yeah, here we go. Yes, who's bigger, Elvis or Michael Jackson? As much as I said the other day, and that'd be a good topic, my heart wouldn't be in it. I couldn't fake it. I'm Elvis on that one, not Michael Jackson, but just a tweak Linda Kearns with the crowd breathing down on her. I might have to come up with that.
Yeah,
Somebody
why not? Sure.
Yeah,
I think it's a worthy argument.
Absolutely.
Oh, man.
Better than sauce and gravy, though?
No. Well, it's Sinatra, and now that one I can still argue.
Okay.
But Linda is with us, youtube.com/1210 WPHT. President Trump over the weekend fires away massive armies. Are they marching down the streets of Philadelphia for voter integrity in the midterms? And that just means one name, Linda Kearns to me. Hey, Linda, welcome in. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Dom. Thanks for having me on. I said to Henry earlier, you've been kind of neglecting me. You haven't had me on in a while. What's the deal?
Of course. We're always looking for reasons to do that. In fact, we had on the head of the GOP the other day who was setting up their voter integrity thing, and I said off air to her, come on now, you got to get Linda Kearns out there just for like an hour and a half and all, and you guys will be way ahead of the game. So other people following the playbook, President Trump saying armies and all. Do you see any action yet? What can you tell us?
Okay, well, first of all, I do not like when we use the word army because that has really bad connotations, and that's not what we're doing in election integrity, sending out armies. What we're doing is sending out poll watchers, poll workers to make sure everything stays honest and that we're really watching. So I think that the word Army is unnecessarily provocative, but that is Donald Trump's way of doing it. I think you can do that.
Yeah. No, I hear you. It's not that we're going to make something up. We're just going to be there to hold everybody accountable. You're right.
Yeah, well, Dom, I'm actually I declined to work for the national GOP this year. I'm sitting this year out. So whatever they do in Pennsylvania, I will not be in charge of it.
Oh, any particular reason? You have other stuff going on, Linda?
Well, yeah, I mean, I do have a law practice, but 24 was very, very tough. And I know I smiled my way through it. And I know how encouraging I was of voting. And I'm incredibly proud of the work that I did that year. But that was really just a really overwhelming year. And I really just need to take some time off from it.
Well, that means more time for us then. That's good. So in Pennsylvania, what should they be looking for? What is it you're looking at? I was on Inside Story last week. They had a good interview with people in Philadelphia at the Election Central and Northeast Philadelphia Warehouse and the Committee of 70. But I was thinking you would say something like, well, we need more eyes on it there.
Well, Tom, we need a change in our laws. I've said that for many, many years. We have a terrible election code. In working closely with Philadelphia all these years and in suing Philadelphia and just coming on shows like yours to talk about what's happening in Philadelphia, I do think that Philadelphia has improved a lot over the years. And based on my experiences in 2024, I'm a little more concerned about what's happening in some of the counties. So I will say that, but I want anybody listening right now to not take anything that I say or President Trump says and say, the election's not going to be safe. Because the first thing that we need is everybody to show up to vote. Every year is an election year in Pennsylvania. So first we need everybody to show up. And even if you hear something that you think that, maybe there's going to be some problems, you still want to show up. And if we look back on history, I was looking before I came on your show, I think the only president since like 1934 to win the House in the midterms was George W. Bush. I mean, this is a big lift to win the midterms. It's a huge lift. So people need to understand that going in. President Obama lost the midterm. So you can't go into this and say, well, we're going to, even if we lose, then there's no more Republicans. That's just not the case. The American people tend to want a change from who's in office. And if some things aren't going well, they're going to just say, all right, well, I'm going to vote for the other party. And that's generally what happens in these midterms.
So, Linda, you mentioned Philadelphia better. What is it in the counties then that has you a bit more scrutiny? What are they doing or not doing?
Well, look, in 24, we had an all-out effort out with the GOP, and we were recruiting, training, and coordinating poll watchers and poll workers. So I really got to be able to really get to know, each of the counties and what their different procedures were. And some of the counties weren't that easy to work with regards to putting people into either observed mail ballots or how they fill openings with their, in their election boards. And when you get right down to it, election law is really tedious, which I think is why I try to mention Elvis when I'm on the air, because I'm afraid that people are going to start turning off their radios and say, here's this election lady again, just talking about poll watchers. It's all she can talk about. So that's why I kind of try to sprinkle it with some. Well,
of course. But you should know, though, see, my judgment is you and this issue are paramount in people's minds. One of the biggest reasons we won in 2024 was people believing in that. And then Scott Presler doing his on the other end. That's all that it's about. So this is constant. And
it is constant.
And Linda, I was going to say, too many people on the other side don't get it. We're trying to get people to believe in this again. But when they go shadowy or do some things that you scratch your head at, like Al Schmidt, not wanting to be as transparent as he could be, then people seize on that. And it all means then that fewer people vote.
Absolutely. But so I don't want to discourage people. I want them to vote. But I do wish my Christmas wish is that, that these local parties, either the county parties or even the state party, get more involved. By way of example, in 2025, last year, we elected what's called election board workers. In Pennsylvania, when you go in and vote in your election district, those people sitting behind the desk, believe it or not, you vote for them. They're on the ballot every 4 years, the year after the presidential election. And I just looked it up before I came on the air. And in Philadelphia, there's about 5,100 openings for elected election board workers. There only 2,514 were elected. That means that there was an opportunity for another about 2,500 people to be elected as election board workers, and no one even ran in some of these districts. Now, and that's why when the GOP comes in these presidential years or these big election years, we have to recruit so many poll watchers because we don't always have the parity that we need in the polling place, Republicans and Democrats. And I do wish that these local parties would understand that you can't just, show up on an election year and build an election integrity program. I wish it was more ongoing. And that's my message for, every elected leader you have on, every elected representative and state senator you have on, that to really just pound that home that we really need to just do this every single election.
Absolutely. So, Linda, we see you with Dawn on Wednesday, right?
I don't know. I got an email from Dan. They might have to switch me till Thursday this week. But yeah, I'm usually on every week with Dawn. And we talk about really good stuff. I interviewed James Rosen.
Yes.
Last
on
week.
Scalia.
Great interview. Yeah, on Scalia. So that was really a lot of fun. So
right,
I love being on.
Well, we'll see you soon.
But Dom, to your listeners, look, we have a primary just next week. Like, if you don't have your mail balloting, get it in, make a plan to vote, show up and vote. And even if you don't feel that there's a contested primary, we look at those lists of who votes because those are the people we know who are going to show up. So you got to show up and vote and have your voice heard. So that's my message to your listeners.
All righty, Linda. Thank you as always.
All right. I can't wait till Mulligan's and see what you have in store for me.
All right. We're working it up. Thanks, Linda.
Have a great afternoon.
All right. Thank you, Linda. All right. So, look, the voter integrity thing is paramount with listeners. I don't care how far out, when it is, and we're on it here. And the instant any of this stuff comes up, that's where we're going to go. All right, 855-839-1210. Of course, the shooter at the White House Correspondents' Dinner has pleaded not guilty. Certainly his right. All right, he was just trying out. It was his 4.6 time with a shotgun, a new NFL Combine record. He was pretty quick. All right, 855-839-1210. Hit us on the side question, that all-time episode of any show, but a recent contemporary show. And on the midterms, I give you those two big developments. Redistricting is working against the Democrats, enough to add a little bit of a cushion on the Republican side. And in addition to that, we're seeing their tactics are unraveling in front of us. And then we have the 250th anniversary of the country, and a lot of them are duking it out that Democrats should either not celebrate it, or they ought to say it's not something that we should celebrate as fiercely as we are. Look at the flaws of the country. And you're going to see them continue to do that. And AOC coming to town on Friday. All right, 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Andrea Ledsum, the founder of the 1001 Foundation, says screens are the challenge of our lifetime. They really are. The least frequently used feature on the cell phone, I would guess, is the actual phone aspect of placing a phone call. You use it for the internet, you use it for social media, you use it to take pictures, you use it to watch YouTube, you use it to FaceTime, send group text, and then somewhere down at the bottom is placing a phone call.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, Dawn Stensland here. You already know how much I love my Chapman windows, doors, and siding, but did you know they also repair screens? And right now, they have some fantastic spring specials going on. Screen repairs start at just $30. When you repair 3 screens, you get 1 free. Mix and match window and patio door screens. Save hundreds with Chapman's in-home special right now, covering up to 30 screens for just $1,500. Or you can drop off your screens at their Westchester showroom, and they'll have them ready for you for pickup, up to 30 screens for just $750. Whether they come to you or you come to them, Chapman's team handles everything with incredible care and precision. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. Call or text 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Make a splash this Memorial Day with Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Save up to $5,000 on new Hot Spring and Caldera Hot Tubs, plus an extra $1,500 instant rebate. Or upgrade to an endless pool swim spa and save up to $10,000. Visit Spring Dance Hot Tubs in Jamison, Exton, Plymouth Meeting, or Marlton. Or online at springdancehottubs.com. Today's gold price is brought to you by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, celebrating its 100th year anniversary, a 4th-generation company. Visit edelmanscoins.com to learn more. Today's gold market price is $4,657.50.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Free speech lives here.
The Dom Giordano program.
On Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
All right, Dom time. Welcome in, 855-839-1210. So we have Mark Kelly blabbing on national TV. We'll play you that a little bit later, and they're going to after him again here, that we all have almost completely decimated our supplies. Now, if he said that as a senator, you know, that's my guess. No, he was talking about confidential information given in the Senate Select Committee or this or that, giving him a complete rundown. Now, the president headed to China. You never want to give the enemy a sense of how depleted or not depleted you are, and they can calculate various things around that. Mark Kelly apparently doesn't care about that, though. By the way, Gordon Chang, who's better than anybody, he is the guy. He'll be here at 2:30 today. Preview, President goes to China on Wednesday. And he's got a lot of leverage. I'm not interested in making deals with China. It's more pro forma, just to eyeball them and whatever you can to see what they're thinking, where they may be headed next. They are the enemy of the world. They have been. They are now, and they will be. And we have to learn how to blunt them long term because they're not going to go anywhere anytime soon. Gordon Chang might think, though, economically, inside the country, things are not that good. We'll see. David in Lexington, here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, David.
Hey, Don, good afternoon, and should I wish you a happy Confederate Memorial Day?
Yes, I saw that all over Twitter, that today's the Confederate Memorial Day in South Carolina. Yes, all I care about is Clyburn's seat gone, I need to know. Is Fort Sumter gone? How about Clyburn? Yeah.
We're trying, man.
I know, that's a biggie.
It's going to take the South Carolina Senate, like I said Friday. The House is already on board with it, but the Senate, we don't know what's going to happen, so I don't have a lot of hope for Shane Massey, but we'll see.
Okay.
But we're trying, man. We are trying. It won't be for lack of effort.
So what's your side today, David?
And, Don, I totally thought of you when I did this one. I was like, Don, I'm going to love this one. But, yes, it's the final episode of Friends, which is the 5th most watched finale ever, called simply The Last One. And I submit that answer just for you, Don.
Well, look, it still has such legs, I concede, where they're getting $1 million each or more a year. And what was it, the last episode 20 years ago? Something like that?
Yeah,
Wow.
22. It was actually last week was the 22nd anniversary of it, 22 years later.
Yeah, that shows something. I agree. I mean, I will
Thank you.
continue to mock, but yeah, I gotta concede that. By the way, coming up, Corey DeAngelis, the evangelist of school choice. Big news on Thursday when Kathy Hochul in New York said, yeah, we're going to go with this. Why would we not? It's billions and billions of dollars. 240,000 kids over 3 years, I believe, or more, would get scholarships. Corey put up on Twitter, that was not on my bingo card. Indicative of the fact that we're seeing a breakthrough. And you know where it points back to? One, Josh Shapiro. By the way, over the weekend for Mother's Day, this caught my attention. Is it a symptom or is it a driving element? In, 1975, by the age of 30, 91% of women were married. 1975, 91% by the age of 30, and 81% of men. In 2025, we of course don't have 2026 yet, we're in the middle of it. In 2025, by the age of 30, only 25.6% of women were married, and men, 16.5% by the age of 30.
Wow.
And 30 is not like getting married at 18 or 22 or, 30.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty good, healthy number. And you can see the breakdowns that I saw from this thing. Somewhere around the early 90s, it was still going down. And then suddenly, it was, but that's from 91% for females to 25.6, 81% for males to 16.5. Now it is 50 years. Still,
that's a crazy drop.
Right. And I can't even imagine what it was, Henry, say by the age of 25 in 1975 to the age of 25 now.
Yeah.
It'll be almost invisible.
Yeah.
But guys, only 16.5%. Oh, man. That's pretty low. Yeah.
It's very low.
Very low. All righty. 855-839-1210. The great Corey DeAngelis. You want to comment on that marriage thing? We'd love to get it. Those numbers tell what? Are they a symptom or are they a causal element or mixed together? Chicken and egg. 855-839-1210.
Just don't do it. Just don't go another day climbing in and out of that unsafe, ugly old bathtub. Today's the day to step into a gorgeous new shower from PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold. Just walk right in. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and installs in just one day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You know the feeling. It's 2 a.m. You're awake, running the numbers in your head. Payroll's coming. A client hasn't paid. Costs just went up. And you're thinking, how am I going to make this work? That's where LendSeek comes in.
That was me. I had payroll in 3 days and money tied up in receivables. I couldn't wait weeks for a bank. I went to LendSeek, and within minutes, I saw real funding options. They were clear, upfront, no games. By the next day, the money was in my account. Payroll went out, crisis over.
LendSeek uses AI to match your business with the right funding, up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours.
With LendSeek, it's not just funding, it's knowing you're covered when things get tight.
If you've been in business for at least 1 year with at least $500,000 annual revenue, apply today. No upfront costs, no prepaid penalties, because in business, waiting isn't an option. Start ready, stay ready with LendSeek. Apply at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
I've said many times on the show, I couldn't care less about the ballroom. We're not being charged for it, so do whatever. It'll be there after Trump's gone. It can be used for other presidents. Now, after what happened, maybe I should be more in tune with the design and the construction of the White House ballroom, because I'd like to think that might be a safer compound than, I don't know, a Hilton. We could do next year's at a Motel 6. Yeah, maybe Tom Bodattin will leave the light on for Trump. He's almighty.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time, one of our all-time favorites. Corey DeAngela's riding high. He didn't do any restrictions. Now we're led to believe the latest poll that's out. The this is New York Times poll, not Rolling Stone. It's the top 30 songwriters that are alive. And a person on Twitter posted it, said the idea that Bad Bunny and Kendrick Lamar are better songwriters than Billy Joel is the stupidest things I've ever heard. He's not in the top 30. I'm not saying he's number one still.
Yeah.
I could say it's dated, but I think...
It's a bridge too far.
To compare?
Well, what do you mean by
Well, he's not in the top 30.
Yeah, not top 30 is crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's continuous. The things that that there's some kind of thing going on here that you can't put your finger on. All right, Corey DeAngelis is the guy when it comes to school choice. Now also with the Heritage Foundation, and we're fortunate enough to get him and to talk with him about this, but. Even more broadly, he is the School Choice Evangelist Heritage Research Fellow. His movement to kind of coax teachers to realize they can be protected, get insurance, things of that nature. They don't have to go with the NJEA, the NEA, the AFT, and all those alphabets. Corey's with us on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Corey, welcome back. And you hit a button on Twitter today saying this was not on your bingo card, that suddenly New York, of all states, what's Gavin Newsom next? Going to be out there on a show with you saying, Corey, you were right all along. Randy Weingarten's going to have a party for Corey DeAngelis.
Yeah, you think Josh Shapiro would be able to beat Gavin Newsom or Kathy Hochul of New York on the issue of opting into the school choice program. She, on the campaign trail, Kathy Hochul of New York said that she supported lifting the charter school cap, but that's not really very groundbreaking, and that wasn't like a big deal. But Josh Shapiro, when he was running for governor in 2022, said he supported private school choice with scholarships, and yet he still hasn't opted into the scholarship program. It's just a real head-scratcher. But I do think, Dom, at some point, every single state's going to opt in. You think about the 21 drinking age. It didn't happen, immediately, but after about 4 years, every state opted into 21 because it was tied to federal highway funding. And similarly with the school choice program, if you don't opt in, you're going to guarantee that charitable contributions are going to flow out of your state to kids to get scholarships in Florida, Texas, and other red states. So I think that's why Jared Polis of Colorado and Kathy Hochul of New York both saw the writing on the wall. Jared Polis even called it a no-brainer decision because he sees how anybody can donate, but you can only get the scholarships if you opt in. So he's leaving money on the table if you don't.
And the numbers are staggering, the projections, Corey. It's not like 10 kids are going to get these scholarships.
Billions of dollars.
Yeah, billions of dollars and hundreds of thousands of them over the 3-year period of time. So the economic argument at some point now, look, I really like Stacey Garrity and all, but we try to get them on instantly. I think their campaign's missing a boat. I know there are other issues they have with Shapiro. I'd be going down Broadway with this. I'd be at every one of these schools. And look, there's a diversity element to this, too, across the board. There's a lot of parents in the inner city that you tell them your kid can go to a safe school or a cyber school or whatever. They're going to jump on the bandwagon. It's manna from heaven. The Republicans have to jump on this more. We had Mike Johnson on, I think I may have told you, and he promised that this would be a priority. It's affordability on top of everything.
Exactly. Yeah, it's $1,700 a person. You can donate each year to get a dollar-for-dollar tax credit. So either the government's going to light that money on fire, or you're going to be able to send it to a place like ACE Scholarships or otherwise other scholarship granting organizations where they can give that money to a kid to get a better opportunity. And, I just looked up Pennsylvania earlier today. The Census Bureau shows Pennsylvania spending now over $27,000 a kid on average from the 2024 school year. It's probably higher now. It's the 6th highest state in the country when it comes to per student spending. And it's just abysmal, the outcomes. I mean, don't you think parents could do a little bit better job with that, even a fraction of that money, even if you gave them a third of that, $10,000 per kid? Families know their children better, and the private school tuition is on average a lot less than $27,000 per student. So it's also about equality of opportunity. There's a lot of parents who can afford to pay for private school tuition, but if you're being forced to send your kids to these public schools and you have to pay property taxes for them, it's really hard to pay twice. So if the money followed the child, you'd have more of an equality of opportunity.
Well, as this gets in the news now, there's because they really now are having to dig in, the teachers' unions and others. So on my podcast, which you've been gracious enough to be on several times, Corey, I've come up with the 10 biggest lies, as I see it, about school choice. But you are the number one guy. So each guest that I have on, I'm going to write down theirs. What would you say the most, either, if we had you in a showdown with Randy Weingart, that's pay-per-view, what would happen there? She's better. I think even you would say she's better than the Becky Pringle and some of these, she's got, she'll say anything too. And she's got the gravitas of previous years with a believer, her side. What would she say? What's the big lie that you think Randy would tell?
Well, there's a bunch of them, but her main one, and this is the only thing that they have left, is they try to argue that school choice steals money from the public schools, and I respond by saying that no, the public schools steal money from families, and school choice just returns the money to the hands of the rightful owners. And if you want to go to the public school, fine. If you like your public school, you can keep it for real this time, but unlike with your doctor and what Obama said. But you can actually keep it. And the public schools, time and time again, we have tons of evidence on this. 27 of 30 studies find positive effects of school choice being a rising tide that lifts all boats because of competition. So the public schools up their game in response to that competition, and families are able to vote with their feet. And the money doesn't belong to the schools to begin with. It doesn't belong to the public or the private schools. It belongs to the parents and the kids. And so it should follow them to the school that works best for them. And if they think their public schools are so great, why are they so worried about a little bit of competition?
Absolutely. Now, while all this is going on, you and a couple of others, but you're the main guy, Corey, you've hit upon the idea of helping teachers who feel they don't want to be part of the NEA, AFT, and the like, but they're kind of afraid to be out there on their own. How's that going? The numbers of teachers taking advantage of that?
Yeah, there's now 14,700 teachers in the past year alone that have joined the Teacher Freedom Alliance after leaving their government union. And so they're sick of the politics in the classroom. They're sick of people like Randy making over $500,000 a year. I mean, she just announced that she used her pension funds at the AFT to hold sway over Target to threaten them because they weren't coming out against immigration enforcement. That seems like a breach of fiduciary duties. It seems like it's illegal to me. And here you have Randy Weingarten telling the Target executives, hey, we own 7% of your stock and your pension funds. You better think about coming out and protesting against immigration enforcement. I mean, first of all, stay in your lane, Randy Weingarten. Second of all, this seems pretty illegal to me. It's using mafia-like tactics, using pension funds. And they also passed a resolution at the AFT to boycott Target. That has nothing to do with education, Dom. And it's just crazy to me that she said that publicly. And hopefully more teachers look at that and say, the heck with this. I'm going to join the Teacher Freedom Alliance. I don't have to send my money to Democrat politicians. I don't have to send it to Randy, who's making the entire profession look like a clown show. And they could be respected, and they could feel confident and support their profession again, and feel great about what they're doing. And so the Teacher Freedom Alliance also provides liability insurance for free. Donors are covering the cost. So if you're afraid of getting sued by the parents or the students, I understand those concerns. This provides up to $2 million of liability insurance in the teacher's name, whereas Randy Weingarten's insurance is only $1 million per teacher, and it's in the union's name, not the teacher's name. So you're even more protected than you are under Randy Weingarten's union. So that's why so many teachers are
massive
leaving.
thing you're up to with that. Bravo, until we liberate as many parents and kids who want to get into the lifeboats and get out of those schools. Corey, do you have any sense, because I'm waiting, to see particularly Becky Pringle, both she and Randy Weingarten, the both union heads, Fascism was their book and she even copied their cover. Their watchword rather than reading, writing, and reason, my podcast. But the 250th anniversary of the country, we're seeing stories today that Democrats are fracturing over this, meaning they either don't want to celebrate it or they want to try to diminish it. How about these two teacher giants? Do you have any sense of what they're saying about it?
Yeah, I haven't really seen yet. They ran off to Blue Sky, by the way, Dom.
Okay.
We bullied them too much on X, and so that they're in their echo chamber. And Randy Weingarten did have this book calling conservatives fascist, and Becky Pringle's union last year they passed a resolution to declare President Trump a fascist, and in that same resolution they misspelled the word fascism.
Yes.
You can't make
Nicely
this stuff
played.
up. But
Nicely played. Yes.
This is the central conclusion of critical race theory that they're trying to push into the schools. They want kids to hate their country, and so they're in a pickle, right? The Democrat Party, which is heavily influenced by the teachers union. Becky Pringle still has an at-large position at the Democrat National Committee, and Randy Weingarten left, I think, because the DNC was, to her, too moderate.
Yes.
And I think she wanted to pull the party even more leftward. They weren't listening to her, she said in her own words. And so, that was after 29 years at the DNC on the Rules Committee for over a decade. And, this is another reason why parents need to homeschool their kids, pull their kids out of the public school system. And teachers need to say, you know what, we're not seeing the money. It's going to the very top. It's going towards political activity. And Becky Pringle's union, less than 9% of their total funding goes towards representing teachers. So it's not really a teachers union. It's a government school union, and it's protecting the status quo and the monopoly, not teachers.
Absolutely. So where do we find you, Corey, in all the pursuits, and your book too, please?
Yeah, it's on Get It While It's Hot. It's on Amazon. It's like 40% off right now. It's endorsed by Trump. It's endorsed by Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and others. It's called The Parent Revolution, so get it now. And also you can follow me on X at DeAngelis Corey, and you can check out my work at the Heritage Foundation. It's heritage.org.
Thanks, Corey, very much as always. And again, I agree with you. Kathy Hochul, wow, we're moving here.
Yep, not on my bingo card. More will come.
Thank you, Corey DeAngelis. That's right. And when you look at the map, Pennsylvania is being surrounded in a sea of red. Thank God for Mikey Sherrill, who's refusing, I would assume, too, in Jersey. What's she going to come up with to say why kids can't go to better schools? All right, coming up, Pennsylvania has 2 all-boys schools receive grants for menstrual products to have in their bathrooms. Menstrual products, all boys school. One of them is in Philadelphia. I'll give you the names, and I'm really surprised at one. Why would they accept a grant for these products? They are all boys schools, and one is a great school, I think. 855-839-1210. Get in on the side. All-time best episode of a TV show, say within the last 25 years, roughly, is what we're looking for. It's all in the call. Think about one that you were talking about, people have talked about. Maybe they even labeled it. I left off one with Seinfeld. It's not the whole show. But when George does the opposite, for some reason, to me, that is all. I could watch that. It struck me as genius, particularly when it says it's his religion now. 855-839-1210.
Hey, it's Nick Cale here, and your life has many dimensions, and now there's an SUV engineered to support every one of them. My friends from Piazza Mazda put me behind the wheel of the new 2026 Mazda CX-5, the most spacious CX-5 yet, with more room for both passengers and cargo. Feel complete control like I did with the 15-inch touchscreen and built-in Google technology. Experience the all-new 2026 CX-5 for yourself today at Piazza Mazda of Westchester or in Reading. How's inventory online at PiazzaMazda.com.
Hit the road this season to watch the birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available for Nashville, Arizona, Jacksonville, and more. And you never know if you might need your passport for an international game. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Philadelphia, we've got a problem. Home care is in crisis and there aren't enough caregivers to meet the demand. So if you've got a loved one with Medicaid and needs care, don't wait. Freedom Care was built for this moment. We help you get care at home from someone you already trust, a family member or friend who can get paid to help with everyday needs like meals, medication, bathing, and mobility. If you have Medicaid, it's 100% free to you. No waiting lists, just real care from your people right now. Freedom Care handles it all, training, payroll, and support, so you can stay safe and comfortable at home, and your caregiver gets paid after every shift guaranteed. With 97% satisfaction and over 150 million hours of care delivered, Philly families are already making the switch to care at home. Take care of your own and get paid with Freedom Care. Call 267-489-1601. That's 267-489-1601. Call now. 267-489-1601. 267-489-1601.
Freedom Care.
Pet parents, there are many sources to buy your pet food these days, but at Dogs and Cats Rule, we take special care in selecting our brands based on quality of ingredients, company transparency, and science-based nutrition. Coming into a Dogs and Cats Rule store with a dietary issue, we can help select the proper food. The best part of the visit is the shopping experience. That's Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 locations. For information online, visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
From North Wales to Willingboro, we know your favorite stations, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, pretty good one on Twitter. The episode of Jeopardy when Ken Jennings lost. I wasn't watching that one live. I wish I had been. Okay, that's what we're looking for. That episode, that all-time episode of any show. It's got to be the best. You really got to bring it today. I mentioned a moment ago, the program designed to help girls get free period products in schools has cost Pennsylvania $6 million over the past 2 years. The program is now drawing some scrutiny after 2 all-boys schools received grants for period products. The program allows schools to apply for grants to fund the availability of menstrual products. Lawmakers say it will help students focus, yada, yada, yada. Well, one of the program, according to the information published in the Department of Health for 25-26 school year, Boys Latin of Philadelphia Charter School received $1,335.61 from the program, and Life Male STEAM Academy Charter School received $182. I'm not sure if that's a misprint, if that's STEM or STEAM. It says STEAM, though. But Boys Latin? That's a little bit strange here. I know we'll get a call from them saying, well, what about female visitors? Well, it's not about female visitors. It's about students in school. So is there some transgendery sort of something or other going on there? I'm not sure. But I can't emphasize enough okay. I'm sorry. I thought it was on Twitter. Let me go to Lance now. Sorry, Lance. I thought I was reading it on Twitter. No problem. Go ahead, though. Your answer counts. Lance, are you there? Yo, Lance. Lance, I'll put you. I apologize. I wasn't reading the board. I thought I was on Twitter. So Lance said Ken Jennings lost on Jeopardy. That is outside the box. If you have something else, Lance, love to hear it. We'll put that down. I think that's a really good answer. Okay. Corey DeAngelis, you hear how serious this is. Again, how in the world does the media not ask Josh Shapiro around the clock about this every chance they have with him? And he tells them he's still studying it. These are blue state governors doing this. He's scared to death of the teachers' unions. He's trying to find the lane to thread the needle. There's no needle threading. Either you're going to let kids have a chance or you're not going to let them have the chance. This money will go to somebody else. You're not stopping the flow of money. It'll go to other states. Jersey is one of them, holding it up also. And they just hope we'll forget. They don't want to make a decision on this because they know how wrong it is not to give parents and kids a choice, and they can't use the big lie that this is about money that will take away from the public schools. No, it doesn't. And again, I debate them anywhere. You know this. The public schools could quadruple their budget. Doesn't matter. They're going to get relatively the same lack of proficiency that they have now. They're failure factories. And they will continue to do that. The only thing that's going to work is giving people a choice. I really don't care if they're not public schools. I just don't buy into oh my God, just imagine in America, no public schools. I'm not saying we ought to run them out of business. They're running themselves out of business. They've done that over the last 50 years. All right, is Lance ready there? Okay, let me go back to Lance in South Philly. Hey, Lance, sorry about that. I was jumping at a great answer, so it counts.
Okay. Oh, my answer did count.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Sure.
Oh, well, wonderful, wonderful. I remember I watched that because I did like Jeopardy, and I had a customer that was on the show before. They lived in Bluebell. He lived in Bluebell.
Okay.
Like that. And that was, when Ken, he lost to a lady, November the 30th. That was the last episode of his winning.
How did Jennings take it? What was he like? Did he look like there was...
it was great.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you know what? I'm going to tell you the truth. He had a relieved look on his face.
Ah.
He threw that. I'm convinced.
Oh, he threw it. Why?
I think that question was way too easy. The H&R Block.
He knew the answer.
Yeah, 100%. He just threw it.
Yeah. When I looked at it, I said, "Wait a minute." I said, "He knows this answer." He was done.
Agreed. I mean, the question was, or the answer was, most of this firm's 70,000 seasonal white-collar employees work only 4 months of the year. And he answered with FedEx.
FedEx?
Yeah.
Wow.
The answer is H&R Block.
Wow.
Okay, yeah.
That's a gimme.
All right, I didn't know that, Lance.
I
That
didn't
makes
either.
it even
Yeah.
better.
Huh.
Yeah, okay, we'll put you down for that one. Thank you, Lance. By the way, watching on this whole Virginia thing, we told you at the top of the show that the Virginia Supreme Court has so wronged the Democrats in the redistricting thing where they spent $62 million and ultimately it was overturned. They violated state law on it. They want to change the retirement age, lower it by 21 years to ouster all of them, and then tag in a bunch of puppets. Well, I'm watching the one guy profile today. When he was nominated, the vote was in the House in Virginia, or Assembly, whichever they call it, 95-0 in favor. And in the Senate, it was 39-0 in favor. Meaning it was universal, it was bipartisan across the board that this guy was qualified. That's who you'd want on the Virginia Supreme Court. 95-0. How often do you get that? 39-0 in the Senate. And this is one of the guys, and some of these are Democrats. I think the majority are. They want to purge them and tag in a completely new Supreme Court, which is exactly what they would try to do, to pack the Supreme Court, if they get the power to do that, get rid of the filibuster. Even worse, make Puerto Rico and Washington, D.C. states. Thereby, they'd have 4 more senators forever. You would never have a chance. That's what the consequences are. That's what we're voting on. That's what we're trying to do here in the midterms. Now, if they do this and try to make this move in Virginia, that should embolden Republicans to just do about anything. And the redistricting is not going the way of the Democrats. Hard to say between that and the Supreme Court Voting Rights Act. But if I had to handicap it, it probably is 5 or 6 in the end that help the Republicans, 5 or 6 more seats. Is that enough to hold off during the midterms? Well, that indicates to you there's a bit of breathing room for Republicans, but that means they have to up their game now to take advantage of something good that's gone their way here. If they don't, then we're still going to end up, even by 1 seat, losing the House of Representatives. And you know what the consequence of that is. The other thing that's happening is Democrats are starting to send signals they don't want to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the country, or they want to have protest celebrations. Sharpton and others talking about this on July 4th, which will tell the real story of America. I hope they draw 1 million people, 10 million people. America sees that in a year that's dedicated to celebration. We're right on the cusp of the midterms. It just reinforces who they are. All right, Robert in Ben Salem. He's next on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert.
Hey, Dom, Henry. Good to talk to you guys. I hope you had a great Mother's Day weekend.
Thank you, Robert.
Just 2 things. The first one, you keep talking about how they're trying to put, like, menstrual products in boys' bathrooms, and it always seems like it's only going one way. When are we going to start hearing about jock itch powder in the girls' locker room? Or maybe a Maxim magazine stand or something like that. I mean,
I like that the Maxim magazine. I rise today to support Maxim magazine or whatever the current periodical is in Girls Lavatory. Can you imagine? Yeah. Let's send that off to some of the friendly Congress people we have. Let's throw that out there.
While you're scratching. But my thing was, and it goes to what Gary was talking about earlier. I think they have that leak on the Supreme Court is still active, Dom, because Virginia came in and just rushed that through and spent mad money trying to get that pushed through. And I think it was because they knew the Supreme Court was going to be coming out with that ruling a week later, and they wanted to try to codify it to undercut it to make it a legal fight in their state. Fortunately, their state Supreme Court put a stop to that. But I think our whole judiciary outside of the Supreme Court is corrupt, and that's why we're not going to be able to prosecute anybody. You saw what happened when they indicted Comey and Tish James. Some judge said, it wasn't done properly. Did we get any of that when they were going after Trump? No, they didn't try to stop anything.
Right, but I hear you. But, the ball's in the court of the Justice Department. Don't we at least have to take a shot at indicting Comey today?
Absolutely. I think that we should try to indict everybody who was involved in it. All I'm saying is that our corrupt court system is running interference for the Democrats on so many levels. And the one level that it's not running interference is the Supreme Court, and that's why you got that leak on there. You know what I mean?
I would say there are probably several leakers, and John Roberts didn't get to the bottom of it effectively enough. If they know you're going to catch him and the punishment's going to be severe, you got a shot. You're right. And I think they are leaking stuff.
John Roberts is the biggest obstacle in the Republican agenda's way right now, in my opinion. But I'll get to my side answer, and I love kicking it around with you, Dom. I'm going with Band of Brothers. And I have a scene and a line from that show. Soldiers know when their commander is not fit for the job. And the soldiers in the Band of Brothers knew that Captain Sobel wasn't fit for the job, and they were mad at him for trying to court-martial Winters. So they arranged for him to look really stupid in a combat exercise by mimicking a general who wasn't there and getting him to make bad decisions based on that, and they got him bounced out of command for that. And he was mad about it, and later on when he was walking past Winters and tried to ignore him, Winters reminded him, "You salute the rank, not the man." And that episode and that line made it for that series. My daughters actually loved that series, so I watched it with them, and it was pretty awesome.
Absolutely.
But that's my answer, Tom.
That is a very good one. They're probably Band of Brothers toward the end of the war. The last man killed stuff, one of those episodes. That's a great episode, though. That's what we're looking for. That great episode's probably got to be from a great show, because you don't get the greatest episode from a show that is not something that everybody knows about. Coming up, we told you last week about Lower Makefield, all in a tizzy, 25th anniversary of 9/11, and it falls on a Jewish holy day, and they won't allow, at least at this point it appears that way, the commissioners there, the candlelight ceremony that is the draw for everybody. I'll play you the Lower Makefield Township Board Vice Chair. This was out there on their, from the official meeting. Saying something about Josh Shapiro, who apparently is a backstory to this whole thing. All right, and we'll take more of your calls at 2 o'clock. Of course, Scott Presler, fresh off this Virginia thing and a couple of other things he's in the middle of. Gordon Chang at 2:30. He is the best in the world to preview what's going to happen with the president headed to communist China. And my only thing is, President Trump, soybeans, deals, and all that. Okay, that's not going to harm anything. But, they can't say it, but we know it. They're the enemy of the world. There's no dealing. Yeah, the Iranians, but they don't have the power. The Red Chinese have exhibited during COVID just what they're willing to do, which is anything. 855-839-1210. You'll get on board.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis. a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about my happy place, the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May, New Jersey. Now, it may feel kind of early, but I'm always excited for summer, so I'm thinking about Memorial Day weekend. You should be as well. The Grand Hotel is offering the most amazing Memorial Day special, but you need to book soon because they will sell out, and they sell out every year. Book a midweek stay for 4 or more consecutive nights, and Thursday night is free. That's right, free. You and your family and friends can enjoy a variety of guest rooms, suites, and townhomes while you relax by the Olympic-sized outdoor and indoor heated pools. Grab an amazing meal at Hemingway's restaurant, amazing steaks, the freshest seafood anywhere, and so much more. And let's not forget about the pool bar, maybe some handcrafted cocktails, some rum buckets. Don't delay on booking your stay. Book direct with them for the best rates. Always book direct with them by going to grandhotelcapemay.com. But don't wait or you'll miss out. grandhotelcapemay.com.
Now an important message from Joanne Small-Canella, president of Crash Proof Retirement.
Do you remember the promise that you made to yourself that if your retirement nest egg ever recovered from past market downturns, you would get off the stock market roller coaster? Well, that time has come, and that time is now. The markets have surged since pandemic lows, when most Americans dropped about 40% almost overnight. And now, once again, global unrest is making markets volatile. So don't forget that promise that you made to yourself. Get your money out of risky stocks and bonds and mutual funds. It's time. Keep that promise you made to yourself and your family. Crash-proof your future.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club on Tuesday, June 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's Best Eggs. They're so delicious and with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's Best. Weather sponsored by Kitchen Magic.
It'll be a much cooler day today with clouds and a few showers possible south and east of the city. Some sunshine possible late in the day with a high 65. Becoming mostly clear tonight and chilly. Low 48 for the city, cooler in the suburbs. And a pleasant day on Tuesday. Plenty of sunshine with a high 68.
Tired of your old kitchen? This May, Kitchen Magic is offering up to 30% off with financing for any budget. Family owned in Nazareth since 1979. Visit kitchenmagic.com and make someday today.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, all-time episode. That's the side question today. Any show, think of a show. Maybe the ending of a show would be something that works. President Trump signals support for suspending the federal gas tax here in Pennsylvania. Republicans have talked about the state gas tax and a bunch of other things. I just think they're not aggressive enough. Go after the media. Do the Newt Gingrich. That the media won't cover this. Why won't you cover this? Any question they ask you about anything, constantly go after them. Democrats are blocking it. Why would Democrats, the Affordability Party, block a vote on this in the House? Same reason they vote on the transgender thing. They won't allow a vote on that in sports. It's the same thing day after day after day, a one-vote majority. They're blocking everything, including giving people some degree of relief. That would help over a period of time. Did he want to defend Corbett's gas tax, the excess of it? All right, 855-839-1210. Republicans nationally ought to be more aggressive saying this. Suspend it for now. Oh, they can't do it. Then we're going to say, well, then. So, again, they want to support a tax, always supporting a tax. All right, here's the Lower Makefield Township Board Vice Chair, John Lewis. This we had on Alan, one of our listeners the other day, from the town meeting, 25th anniversary of 9/11. And Lower Makefield is where the Garden of Reflection, we had the pilot and was forced to fly his plane into one of the towers. The big draw is the candlelight ceremony on 9/11. Of course, people that are observant Jewish holy day after sundown, and these people are saying, well, that's not inclusive if you hold the candlelight ceremony. The backdrop is some feel that Josh Shapiro won't be able to attend a big event like that, and that Stacey Garrity would, and I would advise her to do that if she could. Here's Lewis responding to this idea that Josh Shapiro has anything to do with it.
Really have any connection to the governor, and I think he's up 20 points. He may not show, and that's fine too, but we
notice what our listeners picked up. Notice this guy. I think he's up 20 points. Yeah, we know where and the commissioners are welcome to come on and explain this. See, it's this idea of inclusivity. How is it being exclusive if you hold something that anyone can attend? And the only prohibition is that some people are making a choice, obviously a religious choice, obviously something that is of a higher order than attending the candlelight ceremony. Okay. People make choices all the time. That's not being exclusive. So we're going to exclude everybody on the 25th anniversary because some people say they can't go because of their faith. And that's going to be deemed as not inclusive or exclusive. Based on what? And again, this isn't a minor thing. I've not been to it, but I've seen all the footage. It's a highlight of how the area, and maybe even nationally, how people, given the significance of it and what the widow has continued to do with this and raised a lot of money to hold that so that we don't forget coming up on 25 years. You would think something that's sacred, something that's such an asset to Bucks County, you wouldn't go down this path. So why do they do it? Well, there might be a couple people there agitating. I don't know. But it's also because of this flim-flam over language. Nobody's excluding anybody. Excluding means, no, you can't come in and use public property because of this, that, or the other. Then you have a different story. Everybody's welcome to this. They want as many people as possible to participate. Yeah, but my religion says I can't participate after sundown. Well, we respect that. And there are earlier times of the day on top of that. Yeah, but I can't go to this one, so that means you can't go to it. And by the way, Josh Shapiro's up 20 points. Come on, is that not a tell? Couldn't the guy just say, well, Josh Shapiro has nothing to do with it? Oh, no. And Josh Shapiro's up by 20 points. Okay, then. And that has nothing to do with anything here. All right, 855-839-1210. Every one of these petty town councils, commissioners, whatever, particularly in certain areas that are highly progressive liberal, stuff like this pops up. It's like the woman over in Willingboro. Now, at least she was comical, in my view. I think we all agree. Yeah. And particularly when she wouldn't back down and they're whispering to him, she's saying, well, what am I saying here? I'm not going to get pizza in a Chinese restaurant. I put that woman up there as a budding Hank Johnson. You know, I started to, and I didn't do it. I have to go back. I don't know if Willingboro puts out a transcript or puts a stream up there.
Willingboro's going to tip over.
Yeah, that's right.
It's going to capsize.
I bet any random week this woman is saying stuff that is so wild that it's, you know, in her mind, Mexicans are better because they knocked down a tree in her house. And why can't she say that? And no, she's not going to relent. So that's one thing. as goofy as it is. These guys, though, treading on 9/11, 25th anniversary. Why would you mean to say they can't just say, look, everybody's welcome. We're going to have a ceremony in the morning. You want to have another one at lunchtime? How about that? How about the Dom philosophy, and all this stuff? Let's accommodate everybody. That's always this. How about I know there's one in the morning. Yeah, but it's not the same thing as the candlelight. It is the mentality. This mentality is insidious. That's why it's not a small thing. It's the same thing. I'm still, and I got a lot of response, the Maple Shade stuff of shutting down the carnival. That we can't draw a line in the sand and say, no, we're going to hold the carnival and you're not getting in and we're going to be ready for you. Oh, no, we can't do that. That's provocative. No, that's common sense. Let's go to Jerry in Trenton on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Jerry.
Hey, Don. Nice to talk to you today. How are you?
Good, Jerry.
Yeah. Listen, I was just wanted to go back a little bit when Trump got elected, when Elon Musk was in there, and he was harping on, like, oh, well, we're going to get a lot of tariffs and a lot of money. And I've been hearing, between $8 and $10 trillion they collected in tariffs. Elon Musk said that that's going to be an incentive for everybody in the country to get around $5,000, right? So that was fine. That sounded good, Then Trump doubled down on it twice. He lowered it to $2,000, and never heard of things since. After all this crap, the other crap that's going on, and not only that, people aren't as good as he thinks. I don't know where he's looking, but seniors are starving out here and suffering from getting thrown out of their apartments, like me, and I'm one of them. I know 7 of them that are on the street.
All right.
Now,
Well, Jerry, thank you. And look, the tariff money. I was against, in the main, anyhow, a lot of the tariff stuff. So we've been there on that. And I'm not sure where that stands about remittance checks. I think that would come before the midterm, if anything. All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board. Hit us on the side question. All-time episode of any TV show. That's what we're looking for, all right? It's all in the call. Give us the one that just popped for you. Let's talk about the Bentz Dental Group. I've been going to Dr. Bentz, the Bentz Dental Group, for about 11 years. It's coming up on 12. And for most of that time, it was pretty simple. Just twice a year, cleanings, keep an eye on stuff. But over the past year or so, wear and tear and all the rest of it, and I needed more advanced care. And honestly, that can feel overwhelming, except I, over the years, have watched Dr. Bentz. I've told you about umpteen patients, the imaging machinery they have, and just the fact I've talked about, and we've examined cases where people in great difficulty, other dentists can't do much. They send them to Dr. Bentz. And that's when you truly appreciate it. He already knew my history, understood what had changed, and I felt completely confident I was in the right hands, especially for something more complex. The thoroughness, the thought process that you're included in is what happens. So now we have 2 prosthodontists, board-certified prosthodontists, which is rare. We have Dr. Bentz and Dr. Emily Bentz, his daughter. They specialize in advanced and complex dental cases. They use the latest technology to get the most accurate diagnosis right from the start. They build a personalized treatment program, not just for your smile, but for that overall dental health. You're not getting just a quick fix. You're getting expert care designed to last. So if you're dealing with dental issues beyond the basics, or you just want to feel confident about that smile again, and unbelievable world-class dental care, get the smile you deserve and the care you deserve. Call them right now to get that initial look-see. 610-272-6949, or visit Bentz, that's BENTZ dentalgroup.com.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Andrea Ledsum, the founder of the 1001 Foundation, says screens are the challenge of our lifetime. They really are. The least frequently used feature on the cell phone, I would guess, is the actual phone aspect of placing a phone call. You use it for the internet, you use it for social media, you use it to take pictures, you use it to watch YouTube, you use it to FaceTime, send group text, and then somewhere down at the bottom is placing a phone call.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
A diagnosis like heart failure, because when it's your heart, you don't take chances. DemandDeborah.org.
Ready to redefine your home style? Bucks County Estate Traders offers a breathtaking collection of furniture to suit every taste. From timeless antiques to chic modern designs, discover thousands of meticulously cared for pieces, each one inspected for quality. Explore their ever-changing inventory, featuring styles from classic Victorian to sleek contemporary and charming coastal. And with their expert team often reupholstering finds, you're sure to discover unique treasures ready to make a statement in your home. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
Living here is about more than just the headlines. It's the new restaurant opening in Fishtown. It's the playoff energy at the bank. It's the festivals that make your neighborhood feel like home.
KYW News Radio brings you the pulse of the Delaware Valley. From service journalism that solves problems to stories that celebrate our culture, we cover the life you're actually living.
Authentic, local, factual. KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news source.
Chuck McDowell here with Red Pocket Mobile. How long have you been stuck with the same phone plan? 2 years? 5? 10? Are you tired of surprise fees and confusing bills? Switch to Red Pocket Mobile. With Red Pocket Mobile, premium 5G plans start at just $10 a month. Pick a plan, lock in your rate, and that's the number you'll see on your bill every month. No hidden fees and no long-term contracts. And here's the kicker. Red Pocket lets you choose from 3 major 5G networks, not just one. Pick the network that actually works where you live and where you work. Try one, and if you like it, keep it. If not, switch to another. Never be stuck with a single network again. Plus, keep your phone, keep your number. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
New customers can switch and save 50%. Choose from all 3 major 5G networks with one locked-in low price and no contracts at redpocket.com. Redpocket.com.
Free speech lives here. With Rich Zioli. Weeknights at 6. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. WPHT.
All right, you should be able to find an episode from there to be a contender. All-time episodes. It's coming off the Pine Barrens being in the news last week, and that big anniversary of it. Dom Giordano show. So any show in the last 25 years and that episode, think of the contenders. Think of all time during that period of time, what you're up against. You might think of the show ending as a way to go. This is cut 8, Henry. This is John King describing where we are right now, and I led off the show talking about stuff like this in redistricting outcomes. John King, the big board guy, the magic board on CNN over the weekend with Jake Tapper, here's what he said.
Now they have a bit of a map advantage. Can they really keep this to 5 or 10 seats? That's the challenge. History says no, but Republicans are in better shape today than they were yesterday.
All right, and they can thank the Virginia Supreme Court for that. John King, thanks so much. Still ahead.
All right, so even John King, now he put the caveat in that, you know, in the real world battle of the midterms, could it come down to those 5 to 10 seats, and then that would matter what's happening with redistricting? I think it can, and I give you one of the reasons why. America 250 and how Democrats are fracturing around that. The issue is, though, what can Republicans do? Can we get out of Iran, move forward on gas prices coming down, plummeting even in the critical months leading up to the midterms? And if that happens, that really changes the dynamic. But there are people on the other side talking about what's happening in Virginia, and Democrats are going to overplay their hand. I don't think reasonable people, independents, when they see Democrats lower the age to be a Supreme Court justice in Virginia, mandatory retirement to 53 from the 73 or 74 it is now, they're going to say, well, just to replace everybody, some of whom were unanimously supported by the very legislatures that want to oust them because of how they ruled on the state constitution. So that will not be well received. That's how desperate they are, though. That's where they're willing to go. I'm convinced Mikey Sherrill is going to do something in Jersey. Now, I don't see Shapiro doing anything yet in Pennsylvania, redistricting. But there are still going to be 5 or 6 more big battles fought over this, but Republicans are winning on this issue. There's no doubt. Joe in Columbus, New Jersey on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe.
Hey, good afternoon, Dom.
Afternoon, Joe.
And I'm going to wish you a Happy New Year on behalf of Gary from Newtown, who failed to do so today.
Yeah, it was a little bit off. I didn't want to re-trigger him. Yes.
Very, very. It was almost as disappointing as that press visit you had from Maple Shade last week.
Yeah.
My son, I never expected that lack of participation from my friend Gary. Dom, my side answer, and I'm going to ring this out once again for all it's worth. It was a series. It was on TV, and it was a series ender. And keep in mind that I was too young to miss Bill Mazeroski's shot. And although I almost went to play for him down South Carolina, Bobby Richardson's shot. But it was Joe Carter taking Mitch Williams deep to end that series on TV.
And you, in a Philadelphia audience, you want to offer that as a good thing, huh? Joe Carter's home run.
I knew it, but it was an ender. And it went down in history, Dom.
All right, thank you, Joe. Phil in
Worst
Delaware.
episodes of TV.
Yeah, that's Phil in Delaware. Hey, Phil, what's yours today? What are you up to?
Hey, I'm just heading to Washington, and I wanted to wish you New Year on my travels.
Well, thank you.
So today, I just continuously rolled the thought that Shapiro and Mikey Sherrill, and even when it comes to Sherrell Parker, they all got support from unions, and they're scared to death to ruin it. So whether it's building a new stadium in Philly or, in regards to the school choice funding, they just won't step over the line when it comes to any kind of union, teacher, building trade, anything. So, that kind of ties it all together, and it always goes back to that.
True, Phil, but I'm telling you, Josh Shapiro is going to pay for this somehow or another if he doesn't get his mind right. Thank you, Phil, very much. Coming up, the great Scott Presler, fresh off what's happening in Virginia. He says they spent $62 million on that referendum to fail. He's back from Alaska, and he is endorsed Ken Paxton over John Cornyn. And I think that's an interesting race. Of course, Cornyn is reprehensible, but Ken Paxton beat the televangelist on the Democrat side. All that and some other things that he's up to. His book will be out. I'm not sure that he's going to give too many details on that. Wanted you to know about that. It is an unbelievable saga of Scott Presler. Remember how he started? The massive cleanup of Baltimore, then Philadelphia. And now he's a staple in big-time politics. He's next on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I've said many times on the show, I couldn't care less about the ballroom. We're not being charged for it, so do whatever. It'll be there after Trump's gone. It can be used for other presidents. Now, after what happened, maybe I should be more in tune with the design and the construction of the White House ballroom, because I'd like to think that might be a safer compound than, I don't know, a Hilton. We could do next year's at a Motel 6. Yeah, maybe Tom Bodatin will leave the light on for Trump. He's almighty.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Life doesn't slow down, and planning your financial future can feel overwhelming. That's where Monastra Financial Group comes in. Whether you're preparing for retirement, managing a 401k, or protecting what matters most, their team offers personalized guidance built around you. With a straightforward approach, they help turn complex decisions into clear, confident steps forward. Take control of your financial future today. Text Mike Monastra at 484-471-4879. That's 484-471-4879. 877-4879.
This is Mike Quick. PDQ POS is the MVP of point-of-sale solutions. Easy to use with the best support in the industry. And it doesn't take a bite out of your sales with costly fees. It's the choice of all concept food service businesses across the country. PDQ POS has real-time analytics and insights to evaluate your team and your play call. PDQ POS has been rated the #1 point of sale by restaurant owners for more than 35 years. So don't wait. Make the switch. PDQ POS today. Visit pdqpos.com.
You know what I love? American-made products, baby. That's right. It's Rich Zioli. American-made products, and that's what you get from Emmons Roofing and Siding. Owens Corning shingles are made in New Jersey. Certainteed siding made right outside of Philly. Provia windows and doors handcrafted in Ohio. And because Emmons is platinum with Owens Corning, your roof comes with a lifetime workmanship warranty. That's accountability on American-made quality from an American company right in our backyard. EmmonsRoofing.com. EmmonsRoofing.com.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or biglou.com.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. Hopefully we will catch up with Scott Presler momentarily here. We talk with Gordon Chang. The best that you're going to find, or I don't know how many years of talk radio. The president headed to China on Wednesday. Always big when you have this kind of face down, particularly when the United States may have more leverage at this point over oil and things of that nature. We'll ask Gordon Chang, does he think that's the case? And is there any sense that in China there's unrest around their economic conditions? They're spending a lot, just unbelievably on the military and AI, but that's about it. Not so much on the other things. All right, phone lines, you get in. Think about it. All-time episode. Just nail the episode, the scene if you want, from any TV show last 25 years that you think was the best. That one popped big time. With the Iranian war, more of the same. It's hard to know. I think the biggest thing happening now, and we talked about this on Friday, you have a faction or several factions and no one unified government that can speak to any kind of deal, any kind of agreement to move this on. And you're starting to hear the president more and more talk about, well, we have eyes on what he calls the nuclear dust. If they moved on that, they would be killed instantly before they'd be able to get it out of there. There's a lot of truth in that. But I don't know politically, after all this, if that's going to be seen as securing they don't have a nuclear weapon. And then the opening of the Strait of Hormuz, that apparently is more doable. But then there are constant fits and starts with the Iranians. They play games, and they will continue to do that. So the reaction varies by the moment. And the longer this goes on and the longer the fuel prices are there, they're stark and they trigger other stuff, the more difficult it's going to be for Republicans. But it is a race to the bottom. The Democrats in polling and everything else that I can find are just not, they don't have the traction to overwhelm. This is going to be a race, hopefully on election night quarterbacking it, where it goes to the wee small hours to determine who controls the House. I don't see them controlling the Senate, but as we know, the rhinos in the Senate make things difficult even when they have a decent majority. All right, so 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is push pound 1210. Just a little question we talked about last week. And it's not just about sports. Sports is just the platform for this. It's about, I guess, capitalism and how you look at it. The New York Knicks yesterday overwhelmed. Here, we don't see that. It would never happen with the Eagles. Now, maybe I'm wrong. What would it take for Eagles season ticket holders? And would there be enough people? Is the pricing that different, football in New York, to come here? Or is it just these obnoxious Knick fans, some of whom showed up with brooms yesterday? I don't know that we'll ever have an exact, accurate count, but they were so loud. The Eagles, and part of me says, yeah, I guess you got to do that, ramped up the music and the public address announcer to try to come on and make announcements, apparently, to drown them out. And it was on national TV, and it was a spectacle. But you have a team that is so disappointing. Could you make the argument that, hey, why should you take one when Joel Embiid, after the game, and asked about his legacy, he was talking about his kids and good work he did, and said, all the other stuff doesn't matter that much. When it gets into one of the areas that is so hard. The modern athlete, is it just the money? Is it incremental, how society has gone? A lot of them, not everyone. They don't care about the winning and losing and all that stuff as much as a lot of fans do. Now, you don't hear this from Eagles players too often because in the NFL, you can be cut. Now, not everybody, but a lot of people can be cut on a moment's notice. How the NFL has that control, and the other leagues completely don't. So could we say selling yesterday, I bet we even have people listening that might have had a ticket, for an enormous price or somewhat enormous, would not have been a cardinal sin. And this guy who played at Villanova, shut up. Hey, you're not that good. Stop saying, oh, I thought Philadelphia was the world's greatest sports town. Why would you not have people there? Now, we're not in every town, but in my estimation, I'd say it's right up there, if not the greatest in the world by any metric. People are supportive and knowledgeable in ways that I don't think you're not going to find that in the podunk, the flyover, and all that. It would be rare to see that. And I think we are. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but we are. So, Henry, would you have sold your ticket yesterday?
Yes.
You would?
Yeah.
How come?
Well, like Joel Embiid, you're kind of hitting on it. Like, he's kind of, he's talking about other things in life, how other things in his life are more important, like his son, family, things like that. And I feel like he's almost as beaten down as us as Sixers fans, where it's, it's the same thing every year. This was never going to go our way. We're going to get swept on Mother's Day. We're going to lose another second-round Mother's Day game. We lost Mother's Day when Kawhi hit that shot.
Mother's Day, too.
Yeah, we lost on Mother's Day when Jason Tatum scored 51. Right. Like, I just don't think the energy is there for the Sixers. So, yeah, and especially it being on Mother's Day, I probably would have sold my ticket for $150 and, yeah, went on my merry way because, frankly, I turned that game off at halftime. It was over. And the energy just isn't there for the Sixers because I was at the Flyers game for Game 4 on Saturday. Yeah. I went to that game, and compared to Game 4 versus the Celtics, which I was at, and the play-in game versus the Magic, that Flyers crowd destroys those Sixers crowds. You combine both those Sixers crowds into the versus this Flyers crowd. I take that Flyers crowd 10 times out of 10 because there's just so much more energy, so much more juice for that team because, it is kind of new again. Like, oh, we're back in the playoffs. Whereas the Sixers, it's like, I've seen this episode of the Sixers before. I've seen this soap opera time and time again. I don't really care anymore.
All right, so
and Joel doesn't either, and
yeah.
no one does.
There's a justification. How about you, Kirk? You palming your ticket off to some New Yorkers with an accent? Yeah, give me that ticket, buddy.
Yeah, I'm with Henry 110%. Yeah, it's like, you have that moment, and you're thinking you're on that euphoric high, and then you're poor letdown, and I'm like, you know what?
It should send a message to the front office. Like after the Flyers game, they gave, we gave everyone, on the ice a nice standing ovation, chanted, "Let's go Flyers." Rod Brindamore, who played for the Flyers, is the coach of the Hurricanes. Shook hands with Rick Tocchet after the game. He's pointing around to the crowd going, like, listen to this. Like, you helped bring this back. Like, there's energy for it. And I think, someone like Josh Harris should be looking at what the Knicks did to, Xfinity Mobile Arena yesterday and taking it completely over, because your fan base does not care about this team anymore. They just do not.
Well,
they do not, and things have to change, and it has to start with him.
Well, he's not going to answer questions, and I think one of the reasons is his name is in the Epstein files a bit.
Yeah.
And Lutnick sat with him at the Boston game. I mean, it's like, come on. So, all right. So, would you sell your ticket? So here's Philadelphia. The Eagles stuff is amazing. How he traveled to other places. It would never happen there. Is it just this one fan base that is beaten down? Phillies, Mets are able to get tickets to go to Phillies. It's a little bit different, 81 games, et cetera. I don't know for playoffs what would happen, but it really does show. I mean, it's the whole New York thing, too. I despise them. They're just up and down the line. The arrogance, the mentality is very difficult, even when you go to New York. But when they come here in this manner on national TV, it is incredible. I did see some of the third quarter, but that was all that I could take.
That 6 ABC reporter got mobbed, and when she started doing a report, I mean, that was poor. I mean, she was like engulfed by all those people. I mean, I was like, someone could have gotten hurt. Too.
Engulfed by the people, and then talking to the actual Sixers fans who sound just as beaten up and broken down as I do right now. I mean, those people were all depressed. I mean, you got kids screaming, fire Nick Nurse, clear house, get rid of everybody. Like, people are upset. It's sad.
1 week, how things have changed. Okay. So we got that going on. And in a broader type of thing, it says something about Philadelphia, the pride that's here around sports, particularly with Eagles. You wouldn't see that. And again, there's random stuff, but it's got to be the Knicks. It's got to be New York. 855-839-1210. Scott Presler, we'll see if we can catch up with him. Not sure. He's traveling so much. He's got a new book coming out. We'll talk with you about that coming up and hope to preview that with him. I think it's coming out in June. We got Gordon Chang also coming up. And I told you there's a lot of wind at the back now of Republicans with this redistricting and the Supreme Court case. I haven't seen, though, what their message is going to be. What is it they can say other than when we had Jim Jordan on, when we had Mike Johnson on, both of them said the same thing. They're crazy. We're not. All true. AOC's coming to town on Friday. She, like it or not, well, I'm hoping she is because it's just going to drive them further to the left. I think she's in the top 3 or 4 candidates to get their nomination. And she's coming for this guy, Chris Rabb, that we've talked about, the fan of Hassan Piker. Meanwhile, Josh Shapiro is working for Sharif Street and coaching up the union. Again, he's involved on what to do to elect Street and not this radical. It's kind of a surrogate matchup here. One, the more radical vision of the party, can't call him moderate, less radical, Josh Shapiro, that you're going to see playing out here. And you mean to say Republicans can't hold the House with that, the redistricting going their way, et cetera? Well, they also have the midterm convention, which I think is a smart idea. But what is it they're going to tell America? You can't just wish it. And right now, people are pretty sour about everything, a lot of it driven by fuel prices, et cetera. And what's the big idea here on affordability, things of that nature, that Republicans are going to drive it? The no tax on tips. I wanted to ask, again, we had a spasm around tax time. I got to tell you, I think it's a brilliant idea. I think it worked for any number of people, but it has not made a dent. Same thing with the overtime. Same thing with the Social Security part of it. These are all really good things, and I think they bring in, but there is just a wall here that Republicans have to crack. The school choice thing in Pennsylvania and nationwide, this is big. It's a lot of money, a lot of scholarships, a lot of kids. I just don't see Republicans, though, energized, really taking it to Democrats. They come on here and they do say the right thing. They're crazy. We're not. Okay. What are you doing out there to get that message through? Well, the media, we realize the media, we realize the home court advantage. Let's go to Anthony in Yardley. He's in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Anthony.
Hey, I wanted to talk about election integrity. Let me tell you, this coming election is going to be very, very, very secure. I'm in the Proud Boys, and we've been making some arrangements. Let's just say in urban areas, it'll be very secure.
Yeah, well, let's try to sell that somewhere else, buddy. No sale here. Okay? Oh, Tom, the Proud Boys. Yeah, like that's a ringing endorsement. That's who we want them. That's okay that you put them on. That's okay, Kirk. That's fine. Okay. You can call and say it. I'm not going to, though. Shall we say that's not an organization. We're not going to go through the whole timeline. No, and we don't want you in urban areas. The other side just waiting to hear that and see that, to pounce on it, to make the point that we're trying to steal the election. That's all that's going to generate. The right thing to do is the Linda Kearns approach, what we did in 2024. That's the way we're approaching this. All right, but right now, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
All right, today we're playing for a 4-pack of tickets to see the Reading Phillies versus the Portland Sea Dogs at First Energy Stadium in Reading, Pennsylvania, Wednesday, June 10th. For tickets, visit readingphillies.com. All right, Henry, what do you have today?
Yeah, Dom, so side question, we're asking for all-time episodes of TV. And throughout the show today, I've been playing some TV theme songs coming back as bumper music. But I'm not going to give you a TV theme song today. I'm actually going to give you a song from TV. So in this show, and I want to know the name of the show in which I'm playing it from. So
Gotcha.
In this show, it's about local government. And then within this local government, one of the employees is actually going to retire. And on that day of retirement, his boss goes over to his house to make sure that he has the perfect last day of work. But in this, catches the family at breakfast, and this family is a very sing-along family, we'll say, and they start singing in front of her at breakfast. So I want to know the name of this show about local government that involves a little singing here. I want to know the name of the show. Let's take a listen.
This is really, yeah. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, so you heard the name of one of the characters in there, and that might give it away a little bit. But yeah, I want to know the show name here that I'm playing a song from.
All right, hit us with that, and we are sending you off to the Reading Phillies. Here's how you do it. 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future. And that way, you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Splash into savings this Memorial Day with Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Save big on new Hot Spring and Caldera Hot Tubs and save up to $5,000, plus an additional $1,500 instant rebate. Bring resort-style living home with endless pool swim spas and save up to $10,000. Looking to upgrade? Your hot tub could be worth up to $3,000. Hurry to Spring Dance Hot Tubs in Jameson, Exton, or Plymouth Meeting in PA, or in Marlton, New Jersey, and upgrade your backyard this summer. Visit us online at springdancehottubs.com for more details. Don't miss out on these incredible savings.
Lunch was great, but this traffic is awful.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Picking out an engagement ring can be terrifying. You're searching for the ring, but have no idea where to start. Go to Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton. The team, especially JR, makes it easy. No pressure, just real help from someone who cares. They break down diamonds, styles, and what actually matters. Their selection is huge. Every shape, size, and price range. You leave confident, not overwhelmed. When it comes to finding the ring, there's only one place to go. Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
It's the final seconds of the match and the world is watching. He's lining up the shot. The crowd is on their feet. Whoa, wait, that's not the goal. That's a gas line. Ooh, red car. Before you dig in your yard, make the smart play and call 811 to have underground utility lines marked. Contact 811 before you dig, because hitting a gas line is definitely a penalty. Visit PA1call.org.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, today's Money Melody, coming off the theme of the all-time great episode. Listen to this quirky, shall we say, episode and moment.
Yeah, I want to know the name of this mockumentary-style show in which that song hails from.
All right, let's go to Tim in Delco on Talk Radio 1210. All right, Tim, what's your answer today?
Hey, Dom, is that Parks and Recreation?
Nicely done.
Wow, I wouldn't have guessed that in a million years, and that's really, really good show. Several interesting characters. Who was it, Jerry?
Yeah, Leslie went over to the Gergich family to, make sure he had the perfect retirement day, and the Gergich just start singing their eggs, bacon, and toast song to Leslie.
Yeah, the Leslie character in that was beautifully done.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. What was it with the the black woman and the youngish guy. Spoil yourself. Indulge yourself.
Treat yourself.
Treat yourself. Yes, that was, well done. Okay. 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. If you have not seen this, I wanted to play a little bit of this. This is cut 6. This is the body cam video showing a cop in Brooklyn. They're a 30-story skyscraper, a woman who apparently was considering committing suicide, kind of clinging to this. YouTube.com/1210. Listen to the cop trying to get her to come inside and they can fix it. And I don't know that he was the tactical unit trained in this as much as a cop doing this duty, 30 stories up or approximately that. Paul Morrow, I think, got on the scene and at some point was there that we love having on from Fox. And he made the point that everybody should make. This is much more what cops do, service to the community, this above and beyond, than the nonsense we hear about cops, and many times by one party who wants to defund them or curtail them or put them in jail or put them at risk or go after them, and that is the Democrat Party. Daily, and each day incrementally, more and more of them want to do that. It's not only Larry Krasner, who's completely anti-cop and always has been. Here's a little bit of the footage and the sound of this woman who appears to be having second thoughts, thank God, clinging to the side of this building.
What's your name?
What's your name, ma'am? My name's Nicholas. Oh, what's going on? No. Please don't do it. We care about you. Listen, we care about you. We don't want to see you hurt yourself, okay? We don't want to see you hurt yourself, okay? Can I come closer? Yes? Listen, we care about you. We don't want you to hurt yourself, okay? We don't want you to hurt yourself, okay? Listen, whatever you're going through, we can fix it. We can try to fix it, okay? Yes, we'll take you to the hospital. I'm positive. We can do whatever you want to do. Okay? Anything is better than this, okay? We care about you. No, please. Please, no. Listen.
Hey, I'm here now, okay? Listen, I'm here now, okay? I told you I was going to come and help you, right? I told you that, right? So listen to me. We're going to do this together, okay? We can sit here for 10 minutes. We can sit here for half an hour. I just want to make sure, look at me in my eyes, okay? I want to make sure that you're safe and that you're okay. Like I said, whatever it is that you may be going through, okay? I want to help you. I will personally help you, okay? Is it? Okay. Can we go back over?
No.
You don't want to go back over?
Not yet.
Okay. All right, that's fine. Hey, listen, I have you. Okay? Look at me. I have you. Trust me and believe me, I have you. Okay? We're going to do this together, okay? I'm here with you. We're going to get through this together, okay? I promise that. Listen, look where we're at. We have the best view in the city, right? We're here together, okay? We'll get you a new phone. All right, we'll talk to your mom. We'll get you a new phone. Okay? All right? And we have you. Come on. Help us stand up. Come on.
All right, Henry, I think that gives enough of a sense of how, and thank God they did it. But just listen to this guy. Is that not more what the average cop does? Service, what it's about, even in the most difficult. And I don't think he was trained. I think I read that some emergency squad then came to this scene in Brooklyn, and Paul Morrow talked about that as a better example than what many times we see on the other side. But here we talked about this. We have this guy who's being held up as the man's man, response to MAGA. He's running for Congress, this Bob Brooks guy, retired firefighter, union leader. He's running against Ryan McKenzie. What did he have to do a week or so ago? He had to go back and get rid of his Twitter in which he attacked these Democrats who were attacking police during the George Floyd summer. Why would Brooks have to do that? Because that's what you have to do to be in the Democrat Party at this point. And this is very much a slice of life on this body cam of what cops do on a daily basis. Not this dramatic, all right. And the cops that violate the law have to be punished appropriately and certainly have a higher duty because they're given the right to use deadly force. We all agree with that. But this is a moment, and Morrow on Fox made that point again and again and again, that is apropos of service and service calls, whether it be something as severe as domestic violence, having to deal with that. The other side, though, if you're going to run, like in that primary we've been talking about in Philadelphia for the congressional seat, you can't acknowledge that. You can't be talking about that. If you do, you risk losing the base in many places of where the Democrat Party is. And you mean to say Republicans can't get it together to hold the House in the midterms? It's on them. People don't like the Democrats, but they're not seeing Republicans offer them something that's appealing enough, or they haven't messaged it well enough yet, whatever it is. All right, coming up, the great Gordon Chang. All the years I think I've been in talk radio or so, Gordon Chang has been the number one guy when it comes to China. The president headed to China now, and the headline is Trump wants to make deals here, et cetera. All right, I'm sure the president wants to take the measure of the Chinese dictator, see where he is, particularly on Iran. That's critical. Could China, is it in their interest to have the Iranians make a deal? Yes or no? I'll ask Gordon Chang that. We'll take your calls too, though. All-time episode of any show. We haven't gotten, I think, the home run answer. We've gotten some good ones. You may have one. That episode was so good that most people would say, yeah, that episode's tremendous. 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. Are you sick of prices constantly rising, especially on some basic health essentials where you're not alone? Rescue is doing something about it. This Memorial Month, Rescue Natural Supplements is featuring huge rollback prices on all their products, from cholesterol and metabolic support to their best-selling high-intensity omega-3s. What's more, you can actually stack your savings. That means when you buy 2 or more bottles, you'll get bonus bottles for free. Just go to res-q.com to shop these deals. Stock up on your favorites. Try something new that fits your health goals. Rescue products are meticulously crafted, rigorously tested, and rooted in the belief that wellness should be personal, effective, and grounded in science. So what are you waiting for? Stack your savings with major rollback prices on top of Memorial Month deals site-wide. Shop today at res-q.com or call a product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Now's the best time to put your health first and start feeling better. Just go to res-q.com.
There's one box that you'd run back into your burning house to grab. It's the box filled with your videotapes, film reels, and photos. Those sentimental, meaningful, irreplaceable moments. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago so that we could help families save their memories from being destroyed by floods or fires.
And it's not just natural disasters, Adam. Every day, videotapes and photos are slowly fading away, decaying, neglected in closets and attics.
Digitizing your old media stops fading, and preserving those recordings means they are safe forever. It's like magic, converting your shoebox of memories into digital files, ready to watch and share.
It's the only way to ensure your legacy is safe for generations. That's why over 1 million families have already trusted Legacy Box. Legacy Box is simple and easy, it works, and is safe. We'd love to preserve your family's collection. Don't wait, the risk is too great.
Visit legacybox.com/radio to save 50%. That's legacybox.com/radio to get started and save. legacybox.com/radio.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
It'll be a much cooler day today with clouds and a few showers possible south and east of the city. Some sunshine possible late in the day with a high 65. Becoming mostly clear tonight and chilly. Low 48 for the city, cooler in the suburbs. And a pleasant day on Tuesday. Plenty of sunshine with a high 68.
Premium performance meets plug-in efficiency at Piazza Mazda of Westchester and Reading. Get 0% APR for 72 months or $5,000 customer cash on the 2026 Mazda CX-70 and CX-90 PHEV SUVs. Visit piazzamazda.com for details.
Pet parents, there are many sources to buy your pet food these days, but at Dogs and Cats Rule, we take special care in selecting our brands based on quality of ingredients, company transparency, and science-based nutrition. Coming into a Dogs and Cats Rule store with a dietary issue, we can help select the proper food. The best part of the visit is the shopping experience. That's Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 locations. For information online, visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Tom Giordano Show. Welcome in. YouTube.com/1210 WPHT. Gordon Chang with us on Zoom. Gordon, of course, the author of Plan Red, China's Project to Destroy America, the coming collapse of China, and China is going to war. Well, Trump is going to China on Wednesday. Hey, Gordon, thank you. Thanks very much for joining us. This visit to China, what's Gordon Chang's mind say this is all about?
Well, China is attacking and assaulting the United States across the board, and President Trump is determined he's going to protect the American people. So Trump's way of doing that is to talk to Xi Jinping. My way of doing it would be not to talk to Xi Jinping, but impose costs immediately and have the Chinese come and ask for our conversation rather than President Trump chasing the Chinese, which has now unfortunately been the case.
So the chasing, is it to say we're make deals and the world is better? And, you know, and that's Trump's brand. That's what he's about. Is that what's driving it?
Yes. If you look at this situation, that clearly anybody who goes to China is in an inferior position to start out with. Plus, also, there are added factors. Xi Jinping is now very arrogant. He thinks the United States is in terminal decline. He believes President Trump must make a deal with the Chinese because of the Iran war. So Xi Jinping is now at a very confident place. Now, Trump is Trump, which means that he can overturn the tables. And that's what President Trump is going to have to do. Because if he doesn't have to do that, the Chinese will push us around. So I'm confident that Trump will do something that will even the playing field, and that's absolutely essential.
And doesn't he have leverage? The oil. How dependent are the Chinese? Won't they want us to help them put an end to what's going on in Iran? Why would they not, other than the general strategy, when they're desperate for oil?
Yes, they get 45 to 50% of their imported oil, seaborne oil, through the Strait of Hormuz. China's the world's largest importer of crude oil. They want that strait open. I hope President Trump does not do that because that relieves the pressure on Iran. And the only way we're going to get to any sort of acceptable solution is to make Iran and push them to the wall. Maybe people think that's unfortunate, but unfortunately, that is the way that it is right now. So that strait needs to be closed. And I hope that President Trump starts closing Iran's other links to China, especially those 2 rail lines where the Iranians are exporting crude oil to China by rail.
Gordon, let me ask, in the way that we dealt Reagan with the Soviet Union, although I was appalled when we got to Iceland and how Reagan seemingly was going to deal until stop there, I think, with Gorbachev. Are we dealing with them in the appropriate way, in the same way we dealt with the Soviets? They're the enemy. You got to talk with them, but they're still the enemy.
Well, they certainly are the enemy. And unlike the Soviets, the Chinese have been killing Americans in large numbers. Communist Party is behind the fentanyl gangs, and 48,000 Americans perished from fentanyl last year, 72,000 or so the year before. And we've got to acknowledge that. We have not been able to do so. And so therefore, China keeps on pumping fentanyl into our country. And this, I hope, is on President Trump's agenda along with everything else.
Gordon, you second to none. I mean, have encyclopedic knowledge of this. What kind of progress are we making to decouple from the Chinese? I mean, isn't that one of the major differences with the Soviet Union? We weren't dependent on them, medical supplies, things of that nature. There was none of that. Somehow or another, because of how the world trades now, we have been coupled with them on that.
Yes, and President Trump deserves great credit for starting the decoupling process. But also, it's not only pull, it's also push. And Xi Jinping wants to reserve the Chinese market for Chinese enterprises. And so he's made life very difficult for foreign companies. So there's both the push and the pull. And one of the things is Trump is taking CEOs with him to Beijing. I don't like that because I think that we should be protecting our companies rather than exposing them more to the Chinese.
Yeah, I don't like it either. I'm not sure if it's the Blackstone guy and all those people because they have been supportive of the China. Even Bloomberg, you may remember, he said, well, you know, that the Chinese premier has to worry about a voting constituency or something like that. Is he crazy?
Bloomberg was wrong on that because Xi Jinping is a dictator, was a dictator. And yes, every dictator is subject to pressure from below, but not in the same way as democratically elected leaders are. And to equate, you know, a democratically elected leader with Xi Jinping was really atrocious.
Gordon, then what's the biggest takeaway that you would endorse that might come from this? Anything of note? Is it that we're going to see some release of prisoners, something of that nature, I would assume? What else would be a good sign out of this?
Well, while you're talking about release of prisoners, I would like to see Xi Jinping release Jimmy Lai, the Hong Kong dissident. That's something that China should want to do because they don't want Jimmy to die in jail and make him even more of a martyr. But on another list of things, the United States, it's a long list. So stopping the fentanyl trade, which Xi Jinping has promised 4 times to American leaders to do, to Obama in 2016, to Trump in 2018, to Biden in 2023, and to Trump in 2025. And the flow of fentanyl still continues. We'd like to see them buy more American products, but we got to remember, though, that Trump negotiated the Phase 1 trade deal of January 2020, where it was very easy for China to adhere to its promises to buy, and they absolutely failed to do so. So, this is a fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on us.
Gordon, your gut instinct's probably better than polling, but it just seemed to me that the American people, unlike when we were staring down the Soviet Union, their sense of China as the enemy of the world is probably, arguably, we saw it during COVID, we see their long view of 100 years, is the biggest enemy to the rest of the world. Do you think Americans, are they not being taught this? Is it just we don't want to continue to go through this? It's too monumental that we have to face reality. That's what they are.
Yes, we do have to face reality. And if we don't do it, we are going to suffer horrible consequences. We are by far the stronger society than China, but we could lose our country because we're not defending it with the determination and vigor necessary. For instance, Xi Jinping talks to the Chinese people about going to war, and he's assaulting our country in many different ways. We need the President of the United States to rally the American people. President Trump needs to talk about the facts of what China is doing, because if he doesn't, we are not going to protect ourselves, and we can lose our country.
Gordon Chang, thank you, Gordon. Where do we find you? Where's the best place to go?
On X at GORDONGCHANG, and I archive all of my articles for free at www.GORDONCHANG.com.
Gordon, thank you very much as always. Thanks for joining us.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
All right, Gordon Chang here. The very best as a preview. We might do the side question tomorrow and all things associated with China, not just the current situation, but for some reason, the enormity of this and dealing with what a threat they are, COVID. And it's a perfect day to mention it, too, as I would be shocked if we get a news bulletin in the next 15 minutes, or I think Mike is in today, he gets it during his show, that Dr. Fauci has been indicted. And certainly today's the last day. I mean, this is it. Statute of limitations, 5 years. What they did during COVID is apropos of what they will do in every situation. And you still have to talk with them. We're still coupled to them. The medical supplies, you remember that during COVID. How fragile this is, of what we depend on, how we've gotten involved in this, and the mistakes that have been made here. They're a much bigger threat than the Soviet Union ever was. All right, phone lines. Lightning round is next, or 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Hit us with that all-time episode from any show that you think pops so much. It would be the all-time episode. 855-839-1210.
If your kitchen has been on your to-do list for years, Kitchen Magic has news for you. This May is the month to finally do it. We're offering up to 30% off kitchen renovations, plus flexible financing designed to fit any budget. Kitchen Magic has been family-owned and operated right here in Nazareth since 1979, and our team is ready to bring your dream kitchen to life. Don't wait another year. Visit kitchenmagic.com and let's get started.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, lightning round, 855-839-1210. Hit us with that all-time episode in any TV show, last 25 years. That's what we're looking for, one that pops. And we'll declare a winner, get your name into the hat for this week. By the way, a couple things. Just saw this on Twitter earlier. Temple apparently held their College of Arts liberal arts graduation, and they mentioned that 70%, not 40, not 50, not 70% of the graduates this year were females. And we know that college has changed. We've seen that play out, but 70%. There are all kinds of reasons for it, but those numbers are staggering. By the way, many Americans, 1 in 4 and close to 42% of Democrats say that it was a fake assassination attempt. What we saw at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, it was not real. This is all part of an elaborate plot. I guess they believe the others were also that. And again, you can't deal with this stuff when they're wishing it and going down this path. How elaborate would it be? What would you have to do to stage this? He's pleaded not guilty today, and they want Pirro and the Attorney General to be kept out of this. That's not going to stop what the final verdict will be in this. But again, conspiracy better than sex, particularly social media. Yeah, that sounds like fun. This couldn't be real. This could not be something that is reality. All right, it's that time of day, though, where, Kirk, we'll take yours today. We had a lot of good ones on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
What did you think in the calls you fielded? What are some of the better ones?
So the best one that sticks out would be Lance from South Philly with Ken Jennings.
Ken Jennings.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And Henry, how about yours?
Yeah, I second that. I also liked Robert's answer of, we salute the rank, not the man. Really getting at Ross. Friends, no.
No, it was Band of Brothers.
I know it's Band of Brothers, but that's the same.
Right,
David Schwimmer's the actor that they.
That's right. Yes,
they don't respect.
That's exactly right.
So, yes, might as. If I'm not going to pick the Friends, then I'll pick the Friends adjacent answer.
He could play that role every day. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
All right. So I would go with the Ken Jennings. I thought that was exactly the type of thing we were looking for. All right. So let's put Lance's name into the hat. And again, Fridays when we had the big prize and we decide everything involved. Now, you just heard Gordon Chang, so we may in the next day or so, something associated with China, but it would take the long view, not just now. And I understand President Trump wants to make deals and all that, soybeans and everything else for this guy. I agree more with Gordon Chang, though. I don't see the necessity of going and doing this. Make them come to us. Do we really think China is going to help us out? Maybe that's the biggest play here by wanting that oil out of Iran and bringing the Iranians to the top. I don't know if they have the ability to do that because there are so many factions there. It is difficult to imagine it playing out. But again, I see them as they are. Rallying the American people to see that is difficult. And one of the problems is, with the Soviet Union, it was limited. We were not dependent on them, to the best of my knowledge, on anything really important. And they were the enemy, even in the Olympics. The Press Sisters, remember those days, playing the Russians in basketball. The Chinese, we just don't have more, and their ability to infiltrate American college campuses, to steal stuff, all of our potential patents of one thing or another. The Confucius networks they set up here. The spies. This is what they're about. It is unrelenting. That's hard to face, particularly bringing them down. Now, Reagan saw that the Soviet Union could fall. Could China fall, given their economy is teetering? I think they're even better than the Soviets at control. We know about the vast number of people under surveillance. We know how good they are at it. Remember the guy all the way back from Tiananmen Square, never seen again. The guy who revealed COVID. I'm not sure that he was ever seen again. This is what you're facing. This is what we're up to with that. So what is it that, and Gordon mentioned fentanyl going to Mexico. If we're serious about that, if we can't stop the Chinese, we would take the cartels out. Why should Americans continue to die if we have the ability to stop this source? Now, Americans are making a choice sometimes to use this, sometimes not. But This is a large part of where the problem is. We started off the show today by talking about the fact that we see wind at the back of Republicans. Now, that doesn't mean that Republicans have the midterms anywhere near in hand, because they still haven't come up with the big two that I've had on, Jim Jordan, Mike Johnson. They were still around the idea of we're crazy, they're not, as something. That's true about Democrats, and you're going to see more and more of this even as we head toward the 250th celebration of the country. You have any number of Democrats sending signals. Al Sharpton is one. He wants to hold a counter July 4th. Let him. Let's hope that millions of them turn out for that. And any reasonable person then that's considering the two parties, genuinely considering, are they going to vote with that on the 250th celebration? You got a shot with that. But Republicans just need more energy, more of a message on this. Getting out of the situation in Iran will move us forward. That's something as a way to go. And then that will reduce fuel prices and the pressure on everything else. So I'm in a camp not excited by the president going to China. Can't see Trump on the Great Wall or anything like Nixon. And as far as any deals or anything with them, those are sideline stuff. You heard Chang lay out the reality of what we need to do to deal with them. And it is not the easiest thing in the world. The Iranians don't have the power. They do have the evil. The Chinese, or both Chinese government, Communist Party government, is as evil as any force we've ever seen in history. And they have unrelenting longevity and power and numbers and the ability to kill us and not care at all about it. So how do you make deals with them? How do you rein this in? That's where the art comes in. And I'm not saying Trump is going to go there just willing to give in, as Reagan did with Gorbachev, it looked like, near the end, and was stopped. I don't see him doing that. But it's just curious to be headed to China, and I don't see the upside in any way, shape, or form. There's no talking with them. Let's have international games with them. Daryl Morey, who shouldn't be here with the Sixers, may be gone.
Good.
But there's a lesson. All he did was, when he was leaving the Houston Rockets to come here, I guess it was, blurt out on Twitter somehow or another, free Hong Kong. And for that, given the historic nature, Yao Ming played there in Houston, was on our radar screen. And what did they do? They threatened us in the NBA with unbelievable stuff. And we have both LeBron James and Charles Barkley in various modalities tell us, shut up about this. There's a lot of big money involved. And there is. There's 1 billion people, maybe, in China they want to reach. I'm not sure if basketball is the do you know, Henry, is it the national sport of China? I mean, on paper, it might be.
I wouldn't think so, honestly.
Soccer?
No,
I don't know if they play.
No.
I know they have pretty good soccer teams. But there was a lot riding on it.
Oh, table tennis. Duh.
Oh, well, yeah. I don't know how millions could play that too.
Soccer. I don't even know if they have a soccer team.
Oh, yeah. China, the women's team was really good one time. Yeah, I remember. Yeah. So basketball is big, though. And they've broken through with certain stars. So, again, it shows you how reluctant Americans were to push back. All it was free Hong Kong. That was enough to set all this off. All right, we convene tomorrow again at noon. Thanks for the calls today. Thanks for listening. Follow on Twitter at DomShow1210, at DomShow1210. We'll keep you up to date on everything that's happening. Like AOC coming to town on Friday. Got to find out where, cover that. All right, it's the afternoon show. Mike Opelka is in today for 3 big hours. And I know Mike has a lot to say about China and everything else that's in the news. Thanks to Kirk. Thanks to Henry for producing today. At Dom Show 1210 is the place to go to catch up on everything. Right here on Talk Radio 1210